Let's start with this. You're not broken. I know, that can be hard to believe sometimes, especially when your mind keeps looping the same old doubts, or your heart aches for something you can't quite name. But you're not a machine with missing parts. You're a human being with stories, instincts, and needs that have been shaped by experiences, many of which weren't even your choice. Welcome to the psychology of being human, understanding the patterns, emotions, and needs that shape us. Written and published by MindfulLiterary. This book isn't here to fix you. It's here to help you see yourself, really see yourself, with more honesty, more compassion, and way less judgment. Because what if your patterns make perfect sense when you understand where they came from? What if your triggers, your fears, your emotional spirals are actually clues? We're diving into the psychology of why we do what we do, not in some cold, clinical way, but in a way that feels like sitting down with a friend who gets it. You'll recognize yourself in these pages, not because I know your life, but because we all share the same human wiring underneath it all. You'll see how childhood shapes your emotional reflexes, how shame quietly tells you you're not enough, how fear dresses up like control, and how even self-sabotage is just you trying to protect yourself in the only way you knew how. This is not about achieving emotional perfection. It's about understanding the emotional truth of who you are. And from that place, change becomes possible. Not because you hate who you've been, but because you finally feel safe enough to grow. So let's begin. With curiosity, not criticism. With openness, not overanalysis. And with a reminder you might need more than once. You're not a problem to solve. You're a story worth understanding. Introduction. The beautiful mess of being human. You're not a problem to solve. You're a pattern to understand. Imagine catching yourself reacting defensively when someone criticizes you, only to realize that this response has happened time and time again in similar situations. Recognizing these moments as patterns offers a shift from seeing ourselves as flawed to understanding that our reactions are part of a recurring structure. Our behaviors are often not isolated incidents, but repetitive themes shaped over years, influenced by past experiences, beliefs, and emotions. When we view these behaviors as patterns, it becomes easier to explore their origins without self-criticism. Instead of blaming ourselves for breaking down in certain moments, we learn to observe and inquire with genuine curiosity. By adopting this perspective, we start to see ourselves as ongoing stories rather than fixed problems, which opens the door to gentle self-awareness and growth. Understanding patterns isn't about excusing our actions, but about recognizing the roots from which they grow. For example, if someone notices that they tend to withdraw when feeling overwhelmed, it's helpful to ask, what beliefs or past experiences might have led me to associate vulnerability with danger? This approach turns self-criticism into a quest for understanding. It also reduces shame because it shifts the focus from "I am bad" to "this is a pattern I am noticing, and I can learn more about it." When you start seeing your reactions as part of a bigger picture, it becomes easier to treat yourself with compassion rather than judgment. This way, each pattern is an opportunity to learn about your emotional landscape and to gently replace old reactions with healthier, more intentional responses. Recognizing patterns also involves observing the stories we tell ourselves about why we act a certain way. Often, these stories become beliefs that seem unchangeable, like "I always mess things up" or "I'm just not good at handling stress." These narratives tend to reinforce the very behaviors we wish to change. But when we detach from the stories and focus on the behavior as a pattern, we gain a new perspective. For instance, if someone repeatedly reacts with impatience during conflicts, digging into the story might reveal fears of losing control or not feeling heard. Viewing these reactions as patterns invites us to question whether the story is still accurate or if it's something we've been holding onto from the past. This awareness creates space for compassion and change, transforming self-judgment into an ongoing process of discovery. Think about a time when you found yourself repeating a similar mistake or reaction, despite hoping to do better. The frustration can feel overwhelming, but it also points to a larger story we tell ourselves about who we are. These repeated reactions aren't isolated flaws. They are chapters in our ongoing story of self-understanding. Each time we react in a way that doesn't serve us, it offers an insight into what we believe about ourselves and the world. Instead of viewing these reactions as failures, we can see them as clues that help us understand our underlying needs, fears, and hopes. This perspective fosters an attitude of compassion, both toward ourselves and others, as we realize that everyone operates with their unique set of stories. Recognizing this broader narrative makes it easier to forgive ourselves for past reactions and to approach change with kindness rather than shame. Our repeated reactions also serve to reinforce our identity, how we see ourselves in the world. If someone perceives themselves as anxious or insecure, their responses may continually stem from that belief, creating a cycle. When we begin to understand that these reactions are not who we are, but rather parts of a story we tell ourselves, change becomes more accessible. For example, someone who constantly sizes up others might realize this pattern stems from feeling unworthy or needing reassurance. Instead of condemning oneself, acknowledging this story allows for a more compassionate approach. It becomes an invitation to rewrite the story, to see oneself with more understanding and acceptance. Every pattern is an opportunity to become more aware of the larger narrative that shapes your behavior, creating space for growth rooted in kindness and self-love. Another key aspect is recognizing that these patterns often serve to protect us, even if they cause pain or limit us in other ways. For instance, withdrawing from difficult conversations might stem from a desire to avoid rejection or conflict. This protective mechanism, while understandable, can also reinforce feelings of loneliness or disconnect. Seeing the pattern as part of a larger story helps in understanding what purpose it serves. It reminds us that beneath the reaction is a genuine need, perhaps for safety, reassurance, or control. When we approach our reactions with this understanding, instead of solely blaming or judging ourselves, we open up new possibilities. We can start to meet the underlying needs in healthier ways, gradually shifting the story from one of fear to one of trust and resilience. Each pattern is a chapter, and understanding its purpose can guide us toward compassionate change. Simply put, becoming aware of our behavioral patterns encourages patience and kindness. It shifts the focus from battling ourselves to understanding ourselves. When you catch yourself reacting in a familiar way, ask, "What might I be feeling or needing right now?" Recognizing that your reactions are not random flaws, but part of an ongoing story allows your inner critic to soften. From here, you can decide whether to repeat the pattern or to gently introduce a new response. Remember, change does not happen overnight, but each act of curiosity and compassion adds a new page to your story, one written with greater awareness and kindness. Keep this in mind when you notice familiar reactions. It's a chance to learn about yourself and to gradually rewrite the chapters of your story into ones full of understanding rather than judgment. We're all living out emotional logic, shaped by past experiences. Think about a moment when you suddenly felt overwhelmed by a simple disagreement or found yourself unexpectedly sad without a clear reason. That reaction may seem disconnected from the current situation, but often stems from patterns rooted in childhood experiences. From the moment we are born, our brains begin to connect feelings with specific events, people, and environments. These early experiences create a kind of emotional blueprint that influences how we respond to feelings today, often without us realizing it. For example, if a child's need for reassurance was repeatedly ignored, they might grow up feeling anxious or unworthy whenever they face rejection or criticism. This wiring becomes deeply embedded, shaping our automatic reactions to similar feelings or circumstances in adulthood without conscious awareness. Recognizing how these patterns develop helps us understand why certain emotional responses feel so automatic or intense, even when they seem disproportionate to today's reality. This emotional wiring operates largely outside of our conscious mind, acting like a subconscious script that guides many of our choices. It's like having a set of default reactions stored in our mental programming, triggered by specific emotions or situations. Because these responses are formed early, they are often deeply ingrained, making change feel challenging. For example, someone who experienced constant criticism as a child might automatically become defensive or shut down when they feel criticized, even if the current critique is constructive and kind. The brain, in a way, is wired to protect us based on past experiences, but that can sometimes lead to unnecessary suffering or conflict. Understanding that our reactions are largely shaped by these early emotional connections allows us to see them as patterns rather than fixed traits, opening the door to change and growth. Many of these emotional reactions are so automatic that they occur before we even have a chance to analyze them. It's as if our mind is running on a background process that we aren't fully aware of, influencing how we interpret situations and respond. This subconscious programming can lead to behaviors such as overreacting, shutting down, or feeling intensely anxious. For example, a person might avoid confronting a difficult conversation because, as a child, speaking up often led to punishment or ridicule. As adults, that same internalized fear can prevent honest communication, restricting personal growth and relationships. Recognizing these patterns requires a willingness to observe our emotional responses without self-judgment. When we start paying attention to the moments when our reactions seem automatic, we gather clues about the early experiences that shaped them. This awareness is the first step toward understanding and eventually reprogramming the underlying emotional wiring. Once we recognize that much of our emotional responses originate from unexamined past experiences, it becomes easier to show ourselves compassion. Instead of blaming ourselves for feeling overwhelmed or reacting defensively, we can see these reactions as part of a deeply rooted pattern that served a purpose in the past, even if it no longer does. This perspective fosters patience and kindness, helping us approach personal growth from a gentler space. For instance, if you notice that you become anxious whenever faced with conflict, understanding that this stems from early fears of abandonment or rejection can help you avoid self-criticism. Instead, you can acknowledge those old fears, acknowledging your present efforts to change, and treat yourself with empathy. Extending this understanding to others also makes us more patient. Realizing that their reactions might be similarly shaped by past wounds encourages us to respond with compassion rather than frustration or judgment. Learning to appreciate this emotional logic creates a space for connection and healing. When we accept that people are often reacting from old patterns, it becomes easier to respond with understanding rather than frustration. For example, if a partner snaps at us during a stressful moment, recognizing that their reaction may be rooted in their own unresolved issues helps deflate the tension. We start to see reactions not as personal attacks, but as echoes of their past experiences. This shift in perspective can soften conflicts and foster a more forgiving attitude toward ourselves and those around us. It also underscores the importance of patience and ongoing self-awareness, reminding us that change takes time and kindness. Accepting these hidden emotional currents allows us to navigate life with a more gentle approach, recognizing that beneath each reaction is a story shaped by years of unseen influences. As we begin to understand our emotional wiring, we realize that change is not about erasing these patterns, but about becoming more aware of them. This awareness grants us permission to respond differently, to choose actions based on present reality rather than past fears. It's about creating new neural connections over time, strengthening healthier responses, and giving ourselves grace during setbacks. For example, instead of reacting instinctively with anger when feeling criticized, a person aware of their underlying vulnerability may pause and choose a more conscious response, such as seeking clarification or simply taking a breath. Small, intentional steps like these can gradually shift reactions, leading to more fulfilling relationships and a deeper sense of self-acceptance. The key is to see these reactions as stories still unfolding, open to revision as we grow in understanding and compassion for ourselves and others. Remember that these patterns are not fixed scars, but living scripts that can be rewritten. Developing curiosity about your emotional responses, asking yourself, "Where might this come from?" can be an incredibly freeing practice. By doing so, you start to disentangle the automatic reactions from your true self, affording greater freedom to choose differently in the moment. Cultivating this awareness doesn't mean denying your feelings, but understanding their roots, allowing you to respond more thoughtfully and kindly. This approach builds resilience because it emphasizes self-compassion and patience over self-criticism. When you notice your reactions today, consider gently exploring their origins and giving yourself permission to respond in a way that aligns more closely with your current intentions, not just past programming. Over time, this process can lead to a more gentle, authentic experience of yourself and your relationships. This isn't a fix yourself book. It's a see yourself more clearly book. Think about a moment when you felt overwhelmed by the shame of making a mistake. Maybe you snapped at someone or forgot an important task and immediately judged yourself harshly. It's common to wish we could be perfect, that we could always handle situations flawlessly. But in reality, no one achieves perfection all the time. The true aim isn't to become perfect, but to understand ourselves better. When we shift from chasing flawlessness to gaining insight into our behaviors and feelings, we start to see our humanness in a kinder light. Recognizing that mistakes are part of growth can open space for compassion, both toward ourselves and others. This approach invites us to regard our imperfections not as failures, but as opportunities to learn more deeply about who we are beneath the surface. Developing this mindset requires patience and a gentle curiosity, without judgment or frustration, enabling us to accept ourselves as we are while still striving for growth. Embracing our humanness also involves understanding the roots of why we behave or feel a certain way. Many times, our reactions come from deep-seated beliefs formed in childhood or past experiences that continue to influence us. When we view ourselves through the lens of curiosity rather than criticism, it becomes easier to notice these patterns without shame. For example, if someone reacts defensively in a conversation, instead of labeling that as wrong or bad, we can ask, "What is this reaction telling me about my fears or unmet needs?" Recognizing that our human responses are shaped by complex, often unconscious factors helps us foster self-compassion. This shift in perspective allows us to view ourselves with honesty, but also with a gentle patience that encourages growth without the weight of self-judgment. Intentional self-awareness is a key step in this process. You might try observing your thoughts and emotions during challenging moments without immediately trying to fix or judge them. Instead, take a moment to notice what's happening inside, what feelings are present, what thoughts are circling, without criticism. This habit nurtures a mindset of kindness and curiosity, helping you see your patterns clearly. Over time, this practice can lead to more understanding, which makes it easier to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. The goal isn't to eliminate all mistakes, but to become more familiar with your inner landscape, knowing that each insight gained adds another layer of kindness to how you treat yourself. When you start seeing your humanness in this light, the pressure to be perfect diminishes, replaced instead by a gentle, ongoing curiosity about your growth. Once we begin to see ourselves more objectively, without shame or blame, maintaining a sense of gentle honesty becomes possible. Often, shame can make us hide parts of ourselves or avoid difficult truths. But if our goal is to understand rather than judge, these uncomfortable truths become opportunities rather than threats. Recognizing where we might be stuck or repeating old patterns can be eye-opening, yet this understanding shouldn't trigger harsh self-criticism. Instead, it's a chance to step back and see our challenges as part of a larger human experience. For example, if you notice a tendency to procrastinate rather than condemning yourself, you can ask, what fear or belief might be underlying this behavior? This approach transforms what feels like a flaw into a puzzle, making it easier to address with compassion. Seeing ourselves clearly involves accepting our full selves, including our flaws and fears, as normal aspects of being human. This clarity becomes a foundation for growth because it shifts our focus from fixing ourselves to understanding ourselves. It's easier to change when we understand why we do what we do. For example, if you recognize that your tendency to seek approval comes from childhood experiences, you can begin to work with that insight compassionately. When shame is replaced by curiosity, change feels less threatening. Instead of trying to erase a pattern out of shame or guilt, you work on understanding the purpose it served once and how it might be serving or hindering you now. This process creates a healthier, more accepting backdrop against which real change can happen. Ultimately, seeing ourselves clearly provides a supportive space for healing, growth, and genuine self-acceptance. Practicing vulnerability is a key part of this process. Sometimes, sharing our honest feelings or admitting our struggles with a trusted friend or journal can deepen our understanding of ourselves. These moments of openness may reveal vulnerabilities we haven't been willing to face before, but they also bring us closer to authentic self-awareness. When we remove the shadow of blame and shame, we discover that growth is not about perfection, but about understanding, patience, and kindness. As we become more familiar with our inner landscape, we naturally develop greater compassion for others as well, recognizing that everyone is on a similar journey of self-discovery and imperfect progress. These steps help us nurture a deep sense of connection, not only with ourselves but with the shared human experience of figuring things out along the way. A simple practice that can foster this kind of clarity is regularly checking in with yourself, asking questions like, "What am I feeling right now?" or "What do I really need?" without judgment. You might find that over time, this habit makes it easier to accept difficult emotions or thoughts without making them wrong. Instead of trying to suppress or fix everything immediately, allowing space for your inner experience paves the way for genuine understanding and growth. Remember, The goal is not to become someone else or fix all your issues instantly, but to develop a clearer picture of who you are now, with kindness fueling your journey forward. We begin not by analyzing others, but by meeting ourselves with honesty and compassion. Think about a moment when you felt truly misunderstood or disconnected from someone close to you. Perhaps it was a comment that hurt more than intended, or silence that felt heavier than words. These feelings often stem from a lack of awareness about our inner states and reactions. Self-awareness acts as a mirror that allows us to see not just what we do or say, but why we do it. When we begin to notice our patterns, the way we respond to stress, triggers, or criticism, we sooner recognize the sources of our emotional reactions. This awareness isn't about self-judgment, but about understanding ourselves more deeply, which naturally leads to healthier exchanges with others. Building self-awareness involves paying close attention to our thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations. One effective way to start is by observing our internal world without trying to change it immediately. For example, if we notice feelings of anger rising during a disagreement, we can ask ourselves where that anger originates. Is it a feeling of betrayal, disappointment, or fear? By identifying these underlying emotions, we create space to respond consciously rather than react impulsively. This simple act, the pause, can transform interactions from conflicts into opportunities for connection. As we become more familiar with our inner landscape, we develop a sturdy foundation that supports healthier relationships, because we're no longer solely driven by unconscious reactions, but guided by insight and clarity. Real growth often begins with honest reflection. Many find journaling helpful in this process. Writing about moments when they felt triggered or overwhelmed allows for a clearer understanding of recurring themes. It's important to remember we're all a mix of strengths and struggles, and recognizing our flaws with compassion helps us accept ourselves rather than judge ourselves harshly. This internal honesty not only promotes self-growth, but also models authenticity in relationships. When we understand our inner world better, it becomes easier to navigate conflicts with empathy and patience, and to communicate our needs in a way that nurtures connection rather than diminishes it. Becoming familiar with our own emotional fabric is the first step toward creating more genuine, respectful relationships that thrive on mutual understanding. Imagine how you treat someone you love when they show vulnerability. Often, we are more gentle, understanding, and forgiving with others than we are with ourselves. Yet, it's our willingness to accept our own imperfections that truly opens the door to meaningful connections. Developing compassion toward oneself involves replacing self-criticism with kindness. Sometimes we carry judgments about past mistakes or perceived shortcomings that weigh heavily on us. When we learn to see these parts of ourselves with understanding rather than shame, it becomes easier to extend that same kindness outwardly. Compassion turns internal pain into acceptance, and acceptance creates a safe space where authentic relationships can blossom. This process begins with noticing the negative stories we tell ourselves about who we are. Instead of beating ourselves up for mistakes, we can gently ask, "What did I learn from this?" Or "What does this drawn-out discomfort really mean?" Such questions shift the focus from blame to growth. As we practice kindness internally, we become more patient and empathetic toward others because we no longer expect perfection from ourselves. This genuine acceptance invites others to do the same, fostering relationships based on honesty and openness. Over time, developing a compassionate attitude toward oneself clarifies what genuine connection really requires: vulnerability, honesty, and a willingness to accept imperfection in ourselves and others alike. When we embrace our flaws and vulnerabilities instead of hiding or denying them, we signal to others that it's safe to do the same. Sharing our struggles authentically builds intimacy because it shows that we're real, not put together perfection. This openness invites a reciprocal response, making relationships feel more genuine and less guarded. Remember, compassion isn't about fixing or improving ourselves instantly. It's about meeting every part of our experience with kindness. Small acts, like speaking to ourselves in a gentle tone or giving ourselves permission to rest when exhausted, reinforce this mindset. The more we nurture self-compassion, the more naturally we connect with others in a way that fosters trust, understanding, and true intimacy, most essential for meaningful relationships. Chapter 1. Patterns, not problems. Why you repeat certain emotional cycles in love, conflict, identity. Have you ever found yourself stuck in the same patterns, falling into similar arguments with a partner, feeling an unexplainable sense of loss or confusion, or questioning your own sense of who you are. These recurring emotional cycles aren't just random. They often serve as signals pointing toward unresolved issues from our past. Many times, these patterns stem from unmet needs that we didn't understand or wounds we haven't fully healed. For example, someone might always find themselves attracting partners who are unavailable, unknowingly repeating a dynamic rooted in childhood experiences where love felt conditional or uncertain. Recognizing these patterns begins with understanding that they are attempts to serve a deeper purpose, even if they cause pain in the moment. Once we become aware that these repetitive cycles are linked to unmet needs or unresolved emotional wounds, a different perspective opens up. Instead of viewing these patterns as random or simply bad decisions, we see them as messages from our subconscious asking for attention. They reveal what our inner selves believe we need to feel safe, loved, or validated. For instance, a person who keeps getting into conflicts might be unconsciously protecting themselves from vulnerability, pushing others away to avoid getting hurt. Similarly, someone stuck in a cycle of self-doubt or identity crises might be clinging to an old narrative about who they are, resisting growth because it threatens their established sense of self. Understanding this connection helps, because it allows us to approach these cycles with curiosity rather than blame. Recognizing the roots of repetitive emotional patterns means paying close attention to the feelings and beliefs that surface repeatedly. It often involves reflection and honesty about past experiences, childhood hurts, previous relationships, or even early messages from family or society. These unconscious filters shape how we interpret and respond to new situations. For example, if you've experienced rejection early in life, you might subconsciously interpret neutral comments as signs of rejection, leading to defensive responses or withdrawal. This pattern continues until you identify its origin and work through it. The key movement here is shifting from reacting on autopilot to understanding what underlying need or fear is driving your behavior, giving you the power to change the cycle instead of being its participant. Many people find that they replay these emotional cycles over and over, feeling trapped but unsure why. The breakthrough comes when they realize these patterns aren't just about the current moment, but are deeply connected to unresolved parts of themselves. For instance, a person might find themselves repeating conflicts with their partner that mirror conflicts from childhood, effectively reenacting old wounds with new people. Recognizing this repetition helps to detach from seeing oneself as merely stuck and instead view it as a call for healing. It opens the door to exploring what needs were unmet in the past and learning how to meet those needs differently now. This process takes effort, but offers a path to greater freedom from old emotional scripts. Walking this path involves being willing to look inward with honesty and kindness, asking, "What am I really afraid of?" Or what part of me feels unworthy or unseen? Often, the answers are intertwined with stories we hold about ourselves, beliefs that may limit our potential or keep us tethered to old pain. A good first step is to journal about recurring themes in your relationships or conflicts, noticing common feelings or thoughts that surface repeatedly. From there, working with a counselor or practicing self-awareness helps to slowly unravel these patterns. Remember, healing doesn't mean erasing the past, but understanding it differently, altering the lens through which you interpret your experiences. As you begin to connect the dots between past wounds and present behaviors, you start to gain more control over your emotional landscape and can begin rewriting the stories you tell yourself. Sometimes, the most freeing insight is recognizing that these cycles aren't just about fixing ourselves, but about understanding what we're trying to learn. Our repeated patterns often reflect lessons we're meant to absorb, so we can grow. For example, if someone keeps encountering similar conflicts in different relationships, it might be a lesson about setting boundaries or expressing their needs more clearly. When we understand what these cycles are teaching us, they become opportunities for growth rather than just sources of pain. This perspective shifts the struggle into a chance for self-discovery. Recognizing these lessons can empower us to act differently, to respond with awareness instead of automatic reactions, and ultimately, to create more authentic relationships with ourselves and others. Paying attention to these recurring patterns also prompts a vital question. What beliefs am I holding that keep this cycle going? Perhaps it's a belief that love is conditional, or that I am unworthy of true intimacy. Challenging these beliefs requires courage, but is essential for breaking free. It involves questioning the stories you've internalized since childhood and replacing them with healthier, more truthful narratives. For example, instead of believing I am unlovable, you might start affirming, I am deserving of love. This process takes patience and persistence, but creates a foundation for more balanced emotional responses. Over time, as you actively work to address the unmet needs and wounds fueling these cycles, you'll notice a shift in how you relate to yourself and those around you. It's a journey that encourages compassion, patience, and ongoing self-awareness, key ingredients to rewriting the stories that have kept you stuck for so long. To support this work, it can be helpful to keep a journal focused on your emotional patterns. Record your recurring feelings, thoughts, and reactions in different situations. Look for common threads and ask yourself what need they point to. Reflect on past experiences that might have shaped these beliefs and consider how you might begin to heal those wounds. It's equally beneficial to reach out to supportive friends or professionals who can help you see your patterns from different angles. Sometimes, an outside perspective can illuminate blind spots and give you new tools for change. Remember, repeating emotional cycles isn't a sign of weakness, but a sign that your inner self is trying to communicate with you, a message that, once understood, can lead to lasting freedom and authentic growth. When working through these cycles, a helpful practice is asking yourself a simple question. What am I afraid of losing or about to face that makes me act this way? Understanding your fears opens up space for compassion, both for yourself and others. It enables you to respond intentionally instead of reacting unconsciously. This awareness also creates the possibility for choosing different responses, breaking old patterns, and developing healthier ways of relating. As you grow more familiar with your emotional landscape, you will start to see that many patterns are attempts to protect or fulfill unmet needs that you can address with kindness and patience. This realization transforms the process from a battle with yourself to a journey of self-acceptance and healing, paving the way for more genuine connections and self-love. By engaging regularly with this inner work, remember that change begins with small, consistent steps. Be gentle with yourself as you learn to recognize and respond differently to the repetitive stories your mind and heart tell. Strength lies in persistence, not perfection. Each time you notice a pattern and choose a different response, you are rewiring your emotional circuitry. With time, the cycles that once felt uncontrollable become manageable, and you reclaim the agency to shape your experiences in a more conscious way. Keep in mind that healing is rarely a straight line. There will be setbacks, but each effort counts toward creating a more grounded, self-aware version of yourself. Over time, you can transform these familiar loops into opportunities for growth, self-understanding, and authentic connection. The psychology of unconscious patterns. Have you ever found yourself reacting to a situation in a way that surprises you later? Sometimes our actions and feelings seem to happen automatically, as if they are out of our control. These responses often stem from patterns stored deep within our subconscious mind, ways we've learned to think, feel, or behave, often at an early age. These unconscious patterns develop over years, influenced by our experiences, relationships, and environment, forming a kind of mental default that guides how we respond without us even realizing it. For example, someone might react with irritation when criticized, not because they choose to, but because they have a deep-seated belief that criticism equals rejection, ingrained long ago. These patterns shape everything from our self-esteem to how we handle stress, relationships, and decision-making, acting as invisible forces that consistently influence our lives. Once we recognize that many of our reactions are driven by these unseen habits, it becomes possible to understand ourselves more clearly than ever before, which is the first step toward change. Much of what drives our daily behaviors is rooted in the brain's automatic processing system, which operates faster than conscious thought. Our brain prefers efficiency, storing repetitive experiences as mental shortcuts, called schemas, that make seemingly quick judgments about ourselves and the world. These schemas are built from childhood experiences and reinforced over time, likening our mind to a filter that interprets new experiences through past perceptions. For instance, if someone grew up feeling unsafe, they might unconsciously develop a pattern of suspicion or mistrust, even in situations where trust is justified. These unconscious habits can be so ingrained that we might not even realize they are influencing us until specific triggers activate them. The challenge lies in identifying these hidden patterns because they usually manifest in subtle ways, like avoiding certain social situations, procrastination, or recurrent feelings of inadequacy. Recognizing that these responses are automatic can open the door to awareness, which is the foundation for creating deliberate, healthier choices. Once we start to see how these hidden patterns operate, it becomes clear that many behaviors are not fixed or fixed in stone. They are learned responses that can be unlearned or reshaped. Breaking free from these cycles requires a willingness to observe ourselves honestly and without judgment. Because these patterns often develop in early years, they can feel like a natural part of who we are, making change seem almost impossible at first. But understanding that they are learned habits rather than fixed traits provides hope. It's like discovering that the voice in your head isn't necessarily the truth, but a script you've been following for years. By consciously decoding these patterns, you gain insight into why you respond the way you do, which is a crucial step in rewiring your reactions. For example, if you notice that you tend to withdraw from conflict, you might discover an underlying pattern of feeling unworthy of being heard or understood. Once uncovered, these patterns can be challenged and gradually replaced with healthier, more intentional responses. This process often begins with curiosity and observation. Start paying attention to moments when you feel stuck, upset, or compulsively repeat a certain behavior. You might ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? What am I trying to avoid? Is this reaction coming from the present moment, or is there an old belief influencing me? Keeping a journal or reflecting on your feelings can help identify recurring themes. When you notice a pattern, ask where it might have originated, perhaps from a past experience or a specific relationship. Recognizing these roots allows you to challenge the validity of those old beliefs and consciously choose different responses. Over time, this decoding process fosters a new awareness that diminishes the control of unconscious habits, making room for conscious choices rooted in your current reality rather than outdated patterns. It's also helpful to envision yourself as an observer of your own mind. Imagine watching your reactions from a distance, as if you're studying a situation rather than being fully immersed in it. This perspective creates space between stimulus and response, giving you the chance to pause and decide how to act, rather than automatically reacting out of old programming. For instance, if you tend to get defensive when criticized, instead of immediately shutting down or attacking, you might notice the internal dialogue, "I'm not good enough," and choose to respond with curiosity instead of judgment. This mindful approach, paired with a commitment to explore your internal landscape, is a powerful way to dismantle blind spots and repattern how you respond to life's challenges. Remember, change takes time and patience, but each moment of awareness is a step toward freeing yourself from those old loops you might not even realize are running your life. Story, a familiar spiral, and the insight that broke it. Imagine someone who constantly finds themselves caught in a pattern of worrying about their future, only to realize that this concern leads to more stress, which then makes it harder to focus or enjoy the present. Many of us have experienced similar cycles, repeating the same reactions, habits, or thoughts day after day without noticing how they reinforce each other. For instance, someone might keep procrastinating on important tasks, then feel overwhelmed and guilty, which increases their tendency to avoid again. These patterns feel familiar because they emerge from deep-seated habits rooted in our minds, often developed over years or even decades. Recognizing this cycle is the first step. Once we see how the behaviors feed into each other, it becomes possible to understand that change is within reach. Often, it's only when someone becomes aware of the pattern, perhaps through a small jolt of self-awareness or an emotional moment, that they begin to see the repetitive spiral for what it really is, an endless loop that can be broken with a different choice or perspective. This story isn't unique. Many people can relate to the feeling of being trapped in their own habits or thoughts. Perhaps it's anger that continually erupts in conflicts, or self-doubt that keeps someone from pursuing opportunities. These cycles can feel powerless, yet the truth is that awareness acts as a catalyst for change. When we observe ourselves, honestly noting our behaviors and reactions without judgment, it's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly, the shadows that once seemed so vast become more manageable. Awareness doesn't eliminate the pattern overnight, but it creates the space to question it, to understand its roots, and eventually to choose differently. The key is recognizing that change begins with honest observation, seeing what triggers the pattern, feeling its emotional pull, and understanding that we are not powerless to interrupt it. The moment we acknowledge the cycle, it becomes less invisible and less uncontrollable, paving the way for actions that break free from the familiar spiral. One day, A person struggling with persistent feelings of self-criticism suddenly had an unexpected realization while reflecting during a quiet moment. Instead of immediately trying to fix or suppress the critic's voice, they paused and asked themselves, "Why do I keep saying these things about myself?" This simple question opened a window of understanding. They recognized that their harsh inner dialogue wasn't random. It was a conditioned response shaped by years of feeling inadequate or seeking approval. That insight, the awareness that their negative thoughts were not absolute truths but habits, created a space for a different choice. It was like peeling back a layer of fog that had clouded their perception for years. This clarity didn't erase the negative thoughts instantly, but it shifted the relationship to those thoughts. Suddenly, they no longer felt like directives they had to obey, but as stories they could challenge or reframe. This breakthrough often happens quietly, in those moments when we realize that our recurring reactions are not fixed in stone. For many, it's a powerful recognition that the pattern is something they have been creating and maintaining. With this understanding, they can begin to experiment with new behaviors or perspectives, knowing that the cycle is not an unchangeable destiny. The insight acts as a turning point, a fresh vantage point that allows a person to see their habitual responses from a different angle. It's like catching a glimpse of a different path in a maze. Suddenly, options open up, and the walls that once felt so confining seem a little more permeable. This moment might be small or fleeting, but it holds the potential to spark lasting change, provided we hold on to that awareness and use it as a foundation to build new ways of thinking and acting. One practical tip is to develop a habit of pausing during stressful or repetitive moments. When you notice yourself falling into a pattern, ask yourself, "What am I really feeling right now? What thoughts am I attaching to this emotion?" Writing down these reflections can clarify the patterns and make future moments of insight more accessible. Remember, change often begins with simple questions. Questions that cut through the noise of our usual reactions and help us see ourselves more clearly. Over time, these insights accumulate, transforming automatic responses into conscious choices, gradually loosening the grip of old cycles. Noticing the pattern is not the end of the process, but a vital first step toward rewriting the story we tell ourselves day after day. Reflection: what patterns do I keep calling just how I am? Have you ever noticed that certain habits or reactions seem to pop up over and over again, no matter how much you try to change? Maybe you find yourself snapping at loved ones when you're stressed or avoiding difficult conversations even when they feel necessary. These patterns often feel like just part of who we are, as if they're etched into our personality rather than learned behaviors. But understanding what these recurring behaviors are can open a path to genuine change. When we start paying close attention, we begin to see what beliefs, feelings, or fears are driving those actions, often operating beneath our conscious awareness. Recognizing these patterns isn't about judgment. It's about uncovering the stories we tell ourselves and the habits we've accepted without question. This awareness helps us see where we might be creating barriers in our lives, often without realizing it, and sets the stage for a deeper understanding of ourselves. People tend to develop patterns because they're reinforced over time, sometimes because they served a purpose at some point, even if they no longer do. For example, someone who grew up feeling unheard might develop a tendency to seek control in their adult relationships, thinking it will protect them from feeling powerless. Others might habitually avoid conflicts because they associate confrontation with rejection, and so they normalize avoiding any situation that might threaten their peace. These patterns become almost automatic, woven into the fabric of daily life, and they shape how we see ourselves and interact with the world. Often, these behaviors are rooted in deep-seated fears or core beliefs, like a fear of abandonment or feelings of unworthiness. Recognizing that these reactions are habits, not fixed traits, can help us realize that they can be changed with awareness and effort. Unearthing these recurring patterns starts with honest reflection. It might involve looking back at moments when you reacted strongly or felt stuck and asking yourself what was happening just before. Did you feel anxious, lonely, or inadequate? What were your thoughts in that moment? Sometimes, our automatic responses serve to protect us from discomfort, even if they create new problems later. For instance, lashing out in anger might mask feelings of vulnerability or fear. When we identify these behaviors without judgment, it becomes easier to see them as learned responses rather than innate qualities. This process can be challenging because it requires us to face aspects of ourselves we might prefer to ignore, but it can also be liberating. Recognizing these patterns offers an opportunity to rewrite the stories we've been telling about ourselves and choose healthier ways of engaging with life and others. Many of us have habits or reactions that we dismiss as just who we are, accepting them without question because they feel familiar or ingrained. For example, someone might constantly procrastinate but tell themselves, "That's just how I am," instead of questioning what underlying fears or beliefs fuel this behavior. Similarly, dismissing feelings of guilt or shame as trivial can prevent us from understanding what they reveal about our self-worth or boundaries. These normalized patterns often act as a filter through which we interpret our experiences, making it harder to see their impact clearly. We minimize or rationalize our actions, convincing ourselves that they're simply part of our personality, which can keep us from making meaningful changes. Recognizing when we're dismissing or normalizing certain behaviors is an important step toward genuine self-awareness, as it allows us to distinguish between who we are and what we've learned or adopted as coping strategies. Often, the patterns we dismiss are those that are most deeply embedded in our subconscious. For instance, someone might deny that they have a tendency to avoid responsibility because they see themselves as responsible and reliable. Yet beneath that self-image, they might be avoiding confrontation or uncomfortable truths. It becomes a habit to brush these behaviors aside, telling ourselves they aren't worth examining. After all, everyone has flaws, right? But this kind of normalization prevents growth because it keeps us stuck in behaviors that may be holding us back or causing stress. Paying attention to the patterns we dismiss requires honesty. Ask yourself, which reactions or habits do I tend to ignore or minimize? Why do I do that? Is there a hidden message behind these behaviors that I'm avoiding? Often, the key to change is examining the habits we've deemed just who I am and questioning whether they help or hinder our well-being. Being willing to challenge these normalized patterns can be uncomfortable, but it's also where growth begins. Start by observing your reactions in daily life. Notice when you dismiss your feelings or justify certain behaviors without further thought. Write down instances where you think, "That's just how I am," and ask yourself whether this pattern serves your best interests or perpetuates suffering. Sometimes these patterns are a way of coping, but they can also become cages that limit our potential. Recognizing them, especially the ones we're quick to dismiss, opens the door to understanding what might need to change. It's a subtle yet powerful shift, seeing what we accept as normal as something that might actually be an unexamined habit waiting to be understood and maybe improved. Moving beyond dismissing these patterns invites a clearer view of who we are and who we want to become. One practical tip for this process is to set aside regular time for self-reflection, perhaps journaling about moments when you notice yourself reacting habitually or dismissing certain feelings. Over time, this practice reveals patterns that subtly shape your life and relationships. It's in this awareness that you find the possibility of change. Once you see a pattern clearly, you can decide whether to keep it or consciously shift toward healthier responses. Remember, the goal isn't to judge or criticize yourself, but to understand and observe. This insight paves the way for compassion and gentle evolution, making it easier to let go of patterns that no longer serve your growth and embrace those that align with your authentic self. Chapter 2: The Emotional Imprint of Childhood. Attachment Theory, explained softly. Picture a young child holding their parent's hand on a busy street. As long as that hand feels firm and reassuring, the child trusts that they are protected. But what happens when that sense of safety isn't consistent? Early relationships, especially with caregivers, build the foundation for how we understand connection. When adults respond consistently and lovingly, children learn that the world is safe and that they are worthy of love. If responses are cold, unpredictable, or neglectful, children might grow up believing that closeness isn't reliable or safe. These early experiences become the blueprint for how we approach relationships as adults, affecting everything from friendship to romantic bonds. Our brains are shaped by these formative interactions. When someone responds to us with warmth and understanding, it helps develop a sense of security. Conversely, if our needs for comfort are ignored or dismissed, we might develop a guarded attitude toward engaging emotionally in future relationships. For many, these early patterns trace back to moments of reassurance or rejection experienced during childhood. Often, we may carry feelings of vulnerability, mistrust, or difficulty in forming close bonds into adulthood. These relational patterns are not just random. They are deeply rooted in our earliest interactions that teach us how safe it is to rely on others. Understanding this influence helps us realize that our current relationship struggles might mirror unresolved issues from our past. For example, someone who frequently felt ignored as a child might now find it hard to trust new acquaintances or partners, fearing rejection or abandonment. Recognizing these patterns opens a door for compassion toward ourselves, knowing that our behavior and feelings are often shaped by long-standing, subconscious experiences. This awareness allows us to start questioning whether our reactions are rooted in the present or in old, unhealed wounds. In this way, healing begins when we accept that our early relationships have left an imprint, but also that we can work to create healthier connections now. Many of us experience moments when the need for love feels overwhelming or confusing. Sometimes we seek closeness but then pull away suddenly, unsure whether we can truly trust someone to stay. These mixed signals often reflect underlying attachment styles, which are like internal maps developed during childhood based on how our caregivers responded to us. Recognizing these patterns can help us see that our reactions are not random or simply emotional reactions, but are rooted in a deep-seated need for safety and connection. For example, if you tend to cling tightly to a partner but then feel suffocated and need space, it aligns with an anxious attachment style, where the fear of abandonment is strong. If, on the other hand, you tend to keep an emotional distance, it might point to an avoidance style, where love feels more threatening than comforting. There are generally 4 common attachment styles: secure, anxious, avoidant, and disorganized, each reflecting different ways people seek, experience, and respond to love. Secure individuals find it relatively easy to trust and be trusted, feeling comfortable with intimacy. Anxiously attached people often seek constant reassurance, fearing abandonment, and sometimes becoming overly clingy. Avoidant types might shy away from closeness altogether, valuing independence above emotional connection. Disorganized attachment can involve a mix of both, often rooted in traumatic or inconsistent caregiving. Understanding your primary attachment style is like having a key to your emotional needs, showing what kind of love and security you naturally seek and what triggers your fears. Knowing your attachment style encourages self-awareness and offers practical steps to build healthier relationships. For instance, if you recognize anxious tendencies, you can work on developing self-soothing techniques that reduce the need for constant reassurance. If avoidant tendencies surface, you might learn to sit with discomfort and gradually practice vulnerability. It's also helpful to remember that attachment styles are not fixed. They are adaptable. Through conscious effort and supportive relationships, you can cultivate a more secure attachment style over time. Recognizing your core needs, not just craving closeness but also wanting safety and trust, can guide you in choosing relationships that nurture rather than perpetuate old fears. How our early emotional environment becomes our inner voice. Imagine standing in front of a mirror after a long day, feeling unsure of yourself, and suddenly recalling comments your parents or caregivers made years ago, perhaps about your looks, abilities, or worth. These messages, often delivered without much thought, weave themselves into the stories we tell ourselves over time. When we are young, our brains are like sponges, soaking up every word and facial expression around us, especially from those we trust and depend on. These comments can be spoken aloud or conveyed through reactions, tone, or body language. Repeatedly hearing certain things, such as "you're not good enough," "you're too much," or "you'll never learn this," begins to shape how we see ourselves, forming what we call an inner narrative. This inner voice acts like a constant soundtrack that guides our feelings, choices, and reactions throughout life. This inner narrative is not just made up of words. It becomes a lens through which we interpret the world. If the messages we hear frequently reinforce feelings of inadequacy or doubt, our self-esteem diminishes. Conversely, kind words and encouragement can build a strong foundation of confidence. Often, these early messages are subtle, slipping into our subconscious without us realizing their impact. For example, a child who receives praise only for outward achievements may grow up believing their worth is tied solely to success, which can lead to anxiety and perfectionism later in life. On the other hand, a child who constantly hears criticism might struggle with self-acceptance and develop a persistent inner critic that dismisses accomplishments or exaggerates failures. Recognizing the origin of this inner voice is the first step to understanding how deeply our upbringing influences our current self-image. Many people go through life accepting their inner critic as an unchangeable truth. They listen to that voice and believe it reflects reality. Yet, this inner narrative is often rooted in childhood experiences, distorted interpretations, or unmet needs. Learning to reframe these messages requires compassion, viewing ourselves with kindness rather than judgment. Instead of berating ourselves for feeling insecure or anxious, we can gently ask, where did this belief come from? And acknowledge that it originated from early experiences, not current truth. When we treat our inner voice with understanding, it becomes easier to challenge its negativity. For example, if the inner voice says, "You're not smart enough," we can counter it with, "That's not true. I have the ability to learn and improve." This practice helps us see that these messages are not facts, but stories we've absorbed and can rewrite. Re-examining our inner voice allows us to see the difference between our authentic self and the voice of past wounds. It's a process of decoupling who we are now from the stories we've been told. As we develop greater self-awareness and self-compassion, we start to listen more carefully to our thoughts and feelings, noticing when our inner voice turns critical or discouraging. Over time, this awareness creates space to challenge negative beliefs and replace them with balanced, nurturing messages. By doing so, we begin building a kinder, more supportive internal dialogue. This shift can lead to increased self-esteem, healthier relationships, and a more resilient sense of identity. One effective method is to treat your inner critic as if it were a friend who's going through a difficult time. Offer that voice understanding and reassurance instead of punishment. For instance, if your inner voice says, "You're terrible at this," respond with, "It's okay to struggle. I'm learning and growing every day." Consistent practice of this compassionate re-examination helps weaken old patterns and fosters new, more realistic perspectives. Remember, every story we tell ourselves has the power to be rewritten. By approaching our inner world with patience and kindness, we open the door to a more accepting view of ourselves, a view rooted in love and understanding rather than fear and shame. Furthermore, journaling can be an invaluable tool in this process. Writing down your recurring thoughts allows you to see patterns and identify messages that limit you. Once identified, you can challenge their validity and craft new, affirming statements. Over time, this practice shifts your internal narrative, gradually replacing self-criticism with self-acceptance. The key lies in recognizing that every inner voice is a story, and stories can be changed. Embracing compassion for our past and present selves paves the way for a healthier, more supportive inner dialogue that truly reflects who we are today. While you might still be waiting for permission, love, or safety, have you ever found yourself desperately craving approval from others, even when you know deep down it isn't necessary? Sometimes that urge stems from needs rooted in childhood, desires we might not even be fully aware of. When we are little, receiving love, safety, or validation often depends on external factors like parents' praise or societal acceptance. If those needs aren't met consistently during formative years, they don't just disappear, they stay buried inside. Over time, these unmet needs create a kind of emotional scar tissue that influences how we view ourselves and the world. For example, imagine growing up in an environment where your feelings were often dismissed. Over the years, you might develop a belief that your emotions aren't valid unless others validate them first. This push for external approval becomes a habit, leading you to seek acknowledgement from friends, partners, or colleagues constantly. It's like trying to fill an intrinsic void with reassurance from outside rather than nurturing your own sense of worth from within. These childhood needs, left unaddressed, evolve into patterns that keep us waiting for permission, love, or safety from external sources to feel complete or secure. Understanding this connection between childhood experiences and current behavior can be eye-opening. It reveals why some people find it difficult to feel confident on their own, or why they might cling to relationships that don't serve their well-being. These deep-seated needs often drive behaviors like perfectionism, approval-seeking, or dependency. Recognizing that these are remnants of unmet childhood needs is the first step in healing this internal gap. It shifts the focus from external validation to self-validation, the process of developing internal reassurance and honesty about who we are and what we need to feel safe and loved. When we begin to identify where these feelings originate, it becomes easier to change how we respond to them. Instead of desperately waiting for others to give us what we look for, we can start cultivating a sense of self-compassion and trust. This often involves a conscious process of facing our vulnerabilities and giving ourselves permission to feel worthy without validation from outside. Journaling about childhood memories, or noticing moments when we seek external approval can help bring unconscious patterns into awareness. Once aware, we can work on reframing those beliefs and practicing self-soothing techniques that foster inner security. This might mean actively reminding yourself that your emotions are valid, regardless of whether someone else acknowledges them. Or it might be setting boundaries with people who constantly seek your approval, learning to say no without guilt. Developing routines that build confidence in your own judgment and feelings gradually decreases the need for external permission. At the core, nurturing from within is about embracing your imperfections, trusting your instincts, and recognizing that your worth doesn't depend on others' opinions. This shift may take time, but every small step towards self-acceptance begins to close the gap created by unmet childhood needs. Practically, a helpful exercise is to create a list of your core needs: safety, love, acceptance, and then reflect on how you currently fulfill them. For each, consider ways you can give yourself more of what you truly need rather than relying on external sources. Showing yourself kindness and patience during this process is crucial. Celebrate small victories, like speaking up for yourself or allowing yourself to rest without guilt. Over time, these acts build a stronger internal foundation, so waiting for permission from others becomes a choice rather than a default behavior. Reflection. What did I learn to do to feel safe or wanted? Many of us carry inside us patterns shaped long ago, often without realizing how deeply they influence our feelings of safety and being wanted. As children, we quickly learn that expressing vulnerability or needs can sometimes lead to rejection or indifference from those around us. To protect ourselves, we develop certain strategies, sometimes subtle, sometimes obvious, that help us feel secure. For example, a child who felt ignored might become especially verbal or try to win attention through constant activity, hoping to secure love through visible efforts. Others might learn to withdraw or become overly compliant, thinking that blending in quietly will prevent rejection. These behaviors are not random. They are adaptations designed to survive emotional uncertainty and keep a sense of stability intact. Looking back, these strategies often seem like automatic responses, but they're rooted in our earliest experiences, serving a purpose at the time. Maybe we learned that showing anger kept others at a distance, providing us a shield from feeling rejected. Or perhaps we became people pleasers, desperate to earn love by meeting every need others placed on us. Some might have developed an exaggerated sense of independence, believing that if we could do everything ourselves, we wouldn't need others to hurt us or abandon us. These patterns serve as familiar comfort zones, even if they no longer serve us well in adult relationships. Understanding these childhood mechanisms helps us recognize why we behave the way we do now, rooted in long-forgotten but influential experiences. Many of our present relationships are colored by these childhood strategies, often unconsciously. If we grew up feeling unseen or unvalued, we might now seek validation from others in ways that mirror those early experiences. For instance, we may crave constant reassurance or feel anxious when we're not the center of attention. Conversely, if we learn to suppress our needs to avoid rejection, we might struggle to express vulnerability or ask for support, fearing rejection or abandonment. These patterns shape how we interpret others' actions. Some might see love where there is merely indifference, or feel unworthy of affection because that was the message we received growing up. Recognizing these influences allows us to see why certain behaviors or feelings persist, and how our childhood responses may hinder genuine connection in adult relationships. When we reflect on this, we often realize that the way we perceive safety and being wanted is deeply linked to how we learned to cope as children. For example, feeling safe might have depended on proving ourselves constantly, or on avoiding conflict at all costs. Feeling wanted might have meant pleasing others tirelessly, sometimes at the expense of our own needs. These perceptions can create unspoken rules that govern our behavior, making us act in ways that might seem automatic or driven by fear rather than genuine connection. By becoming aware of these childhood influences, we can begin to challenge and reshape our internal narratives, allowing us to foster healthier and more authentic relationships. It's not about erasing those early patterns, but understanding how they function, so we can gradually choose different responses based on who we truly want to be now. A helpful tip is to pay attention to the moments when you feel certain anxieties or urges in your relationships. Notice if these feelings connect to old patterns. Does your need for reassurance stem from childhood rejection? Do your walls go up when someone gets too close because of past abandonment fears? Recognizing these links offers a starting point for changing your responses. Instead of reacting automatically, try to pause and ask yourself where the feeling originates. This simple practice can create space for new, healthier patterns to emerge and, over time, help you build relationships based on genuine trust and understanding, not just familiar coping mechanisms. Chapter 3. Thoughts aren't facts, but they still run the show. The role of cognitive distortions and mental filters. Imagine someone who receives a single critical comment at work. Instead of seeing it as a simple piece of feedback, their mind immediately jumps to the worst-case scenario, thinking they are destined to be fired or humiliated forever. This kind of mental shortcut isn't just about being overly sensitive. It's rooted in what psychologists call cognitive distortions, patterns of thinking that skew reality and make situations seem more negative or threatening than they truly are. These distortions often operate automatically, without us realizing it, shaping how we interpret events and influence our emotional responses. They tend to reinforce feelings of anxiety, shame, or hopelessness, making it harder to see things clearly or to respond effectively. Our tendency to distort reality is part of a natural survival mechanism that has historically helped us stay alert to danger. But in today's world, it often leads us to magnify problems unnecessarily. Most of us develop these mental filters during childhood or through repeated experiences where our perceptions became skewed. For example, if someone grew up in an environment where mistakes were harshly criticized, they might adopt an all-or-nothing perspective, believing that making a small error means they are completely worthless. This pattern can become ingrained, triggering automatic thoughts that do not necessarily match current reality. Over time, these distorted views turn into mental shortcuts, simplifying complex situations into black and white categories. Recognizing these patterns requires paying close attention to our internal dialogue and noticing when our thinking jumps to extreme conclusions or unfair judgments. This awareness is the first step toward challenging these distortions and seeing the world, and ourselves, in a more balanced way. Other common examples of cognitive distortions include magnifying problems, minimizing positive aspects, or believing that our feelings are objective facts. For instance, someone might catastrophize after missing a deadline, thinking they will be fired or fail entirely, even if the situation is manageable. Or they may fall into all-or-nothing thinking, where they see their efforts as either perfect or worthless, leaving no room for middle ground. These distortions often create a cycle of negative feelings and reinforce self-critical beliefs, trapping us in a loop of distress. Recognizing these patterns is empowering because it allows us to step back from automatic thoughts and evaluate whether they are accurate, reasonable, or exaggerated. This critical self-awareness opens the door to more realistic perspectives. When we start to identify cognitive distortions, we gain a clearer understanding of how our mind might be playing tricks on us. Instead of accepting every negative thought as fact, we learn to see them as mental images or filters that can be challenged. For example, if you notice thoughts like "I always mess up," recognizing this as an all-or-nothing distortion can help you pause and ask, is this really true? Most likely, this thought is exaggerated or based on a limited set of experiences rather than the full picture. This process doesn't diminish the emotional impact of situations, but helps us respond with more kindness toward ourselves. When we see our thoughts as distortions rather than facts, it's easier to treat ourselves with compassion and patience, understanding that our minds can sometimes distort reality, just as everyone's do. Practicing this recognition involves asking simple questions when negative or automatic thoughts arise. For instance, is this thought based on facts or assumptions? Or am I seeing the situation in black and white? Over time, these questions become habits that help reveal distortions and soften our reactions. It's also useful to remind ourselves that everyone experiences these distortions. They are part of being human. By acknowledging that our perceptions might be biased or incomplete, we begin to foster a more nurturing relationship with ourselves and others. This kind of self-compassion can significantly reduce feelings of shame or frustration and pave the way for healthier thinking patterns. Understanding and identifying distortions allow us to reframe our narratives. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the belief "I can't handle this," we can recognize it as a distortion fueled by fear and then rephrase it as, "This is challenging, but I have managed similar situations before." Such shifts enable us to approach difficulties with a calmer, more balanced mindset. Ultimately, recognizing distortions is about reclaiming control over the stories we tell ourselves, making space for clarity, kindness, and rational thinking. When we can see the difference between our perceptions and reality, we unlock the ability to respond to life's challenges with greater resilience and compassion, both for ourselves and those around us. Journaling about these thoughts can be especially helpful. When you notice a negative or extreme thought, take a moment to write it down, then examine whether it's accurate or distorted. Try to find evidence that supports or contradicts the thought and create a more balanced view. This practice strengthens your ability to see beyond automatic assumptions and develop a more truthful, compassionate perspective. Remember, everyone carries these distortions, and by recognizing them, you're taking an important step toward healthier thinking and emotional well-being. How beliefs become habits. Have you ever caught yourself thinking the same negative thought over and over again, even when you don't realize it? This repetitive pattern isn't just a random habit. It's a process where thoughts, when repeated consistently, start to carve out a belief that becomes part of how you see yourself and the world. For example, if you often think, "I'm not good enough," and these thoughts happen daily, they gradually form a belief that might influence your self-esteem and the choices you make. Just like watering a plant repeatedly helps it grow, consistent thoughts strengthen the neural pathways related to those beliefs, making them feel like facts rather than mere ideas. Over time, these beliefs shape behaviors, leading you to act in ways that reinforce them, even without realizing it. It's almost as if your mind is constructing a narrative based on what it hears most often, guiding your actions in ways that align with those deep-seated thoughts. This cycle shows how our mental landscape transforms into habits. When a thought is repeated enough times, it stamps itself onto our subconscious, persuading us that it's the truth. This process becomes particularly powerful because beliefs influence how we interpret our experiences. For instance, if you hold the belief that you are destined to fail, you may unconsciously determine your actions to match that belief, sabotaging your own efforts. The brain tends to seek consistency, so it favors beliefs that support your existing self-image. As these beliefs solidify, they become automatic responses, habits, that shape how you act in different situations. Recognizing this process is crucial because habits formed in this way can either limit or empower us, depending on the beliefs we nurture. Gaining awareness of how this cycle operates is the first step toward changing unhelpful patterns. Changing these ingrained beliefs requires intentional effort. Once you realize that your repeated thoughts mold your behaviors, you can start to challenge and reframe them. This involves consciously monitoring your internal dialogue, questioning whether your beliefs are based on facts or assumptions. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I can't do this," ask, "Is this really true, or am I just used to thinking like this?" Over time, replacing negative or limiting thoughts with more positive or realistic ones weakens the hold of old beliefs, making room for healthier patterns. Consistent repetition of these new thoughts is key because neural pathways only change through repeated use. If you practice deliberately thinking differently, say affirming, "I am capable and learning," you slowly rewire your brain, creating new habits. This process isn't instant, but persistence gradually transforms your mental landscape, leading to behaviors rooted in empowering beliefs rather than limitations. When your brain confuses familiar with true. Imagine waking up in the morning and reaching for your usual coffee mug without even thinking about it. It's a small act, but it highlights how much our brain seeks comfort in what it already knows. Our minds find reassurance in familiarity because it feels safe and certain, reducing the mental effort needed to make decisions. But this preference for the familiar isn't always beneficial. Sometimes we cling to habits or beliefs that no longer serve us, simply because they are known, even if they cause distress or hold us back. This tendency stems from an innate desire to avoid discomfort or uncertainty, which is a deep-rooted survival mechanism. Over time, this can lead us to accept harmful patterns, believing that change is too risky or uncertain, reinforcing a cycle of complacency. The brain's wiring makes it easier to rely on what's known rather than to venture into unfamiliar territory, even if that territory might lead to growth or happiness. Our attachment to familiarity is reinforced by the way we interpret past experiences. When something feels familiar, our brain labels it as safe, even if the outcome has been negative in the past. For example, someone might stay in an unhealthy relationship because the pattern feels predictable, and the unknown seems scarier than staying because they fear rejection or loneliness. The subconscious mind prefers the devil it knows over a potentially better but uncertain future. This bias operates despite evidence that change could bring improvement. Our internal narrative convinces us that stepping into the unknown is risky, so it's easier to stick to what's comfortable, even if it causes pain. Recognizing this pattern helps us understand why change often feels intimidating, but it also opens the door to questioning whether our choices are truly serving us or simply feeding our desire for predictability. Once we realize that the brain often confuses familiarity with what's actually true or beneficial, we gain a powerful tool for personal growth. The first step is becoming aware of when comfort zones are holding us back. For instance, if you notice that you avoid new opportunities because they seem unfamiliar or scary, it's worth questioning whether these fears are based on real danger or just a perceived threat rooted in habit. Developing this awareness allows us to pause and assess whether our automatic reactions align with our goals or if they stem from a need for comfort. This process involves intentionally challenging the narratives that keep us stuck, asking ourselves if the familiar patterns truly serve our best interests or if they're just ingrained routines. Over time, as we learn to distinguish between what is familiar and what is genuinely beneficial, we open ourselves to new experiences that can lead to growth and fulfillment. Changing this internal dialogue requires practice. It can be as simple as starting with small experiments, trying a new route to work, engaging in a different hobby, or having a difficult conversation we usually avoid. These acts serve as evidence that the unknown isn't necessarily dangerous. Each tiny step helps rewire our brain to see that change doesn't always mean chaos, but rather an opportunity for discovery. As you become more comfortable with uncertainty, your capacity for trust in your own judgment expands. It's about creating a new internal narrative that values truth and growth over comfort alone. Over time, this shift in perspective becomes more natural, allowing us to make choices based on what's truly right for us, rather than what feels familiar and safe. One practical way to strengthen this ability is to keep a journal reflecting on moments when you chose the familiar over the true. Write about what guided your decision, how it made you feel, and what you learned from the experience. Notice patterns, and start questioning whether your automatic reactions are serving your best interests. With consistent practice, you'll begin to see that the comfort of familiarity is often an illusion, and real growth comes from embracing the unknown with curiosity and courage. Reflection. What story do I tell myself when I feel rejected? Think about the last time you felt rejected. Perhaps it was a rejection from a friend, a missed job opportunity, or a comment that stung more than it should have. In those moments, a story often begins to unfold in your mind, one that shapes how you interpret the experience. Sometimes, this story whispers that you're not good enough, unworthy, or destined to be rejected again and again. These narratives tend to develop because of past experiences or messages we've internalized over time, often starting in childhood or during pivotal life moments. Recognizing that this story exists is the first step toward understanding its power and how it influences your emotions and reactions. Pay close attention to what you tell yourself when hurt surfaces. These thoughts constitute the core narrative that influences how you process rejection. These stories are not just fleeting ideas. They become threads woven into the fabric of our self-esteem. For example, if someone dismisses your idea or opinion, your immediate thought may be, "I am not smart enough." If you have faced repeated rejection in the past, your brain learns to associate similar situations with a negative outcome. The narrative may also involve assumptions about others' perceptions, such as believing they see you as flawed or unworthy. Over time, these stories get reinforced unless you actively question them. Recognizing the specific story you tell yourself, whether it's one of personal inadequacy or fear of rejection, can help you see how it shapes your emotional landscape. Your internal dialogue during such moments is powerful. It often reflects deeper beliefs, some of which may be distorted or exaggerated. Understanding these narratives requires honest self-reflection. Ask yourself questions like, what do I tell myself when I get rejected? Do I see it as a reflection of who I am, or just an isolated incident? Do I have recurring themes, such as feeling unlovable, not good enough, or invisible? Writing down these thoughts can reveal patterns and help you identify the specific story you are holding on to. Sometimes, the narrative might even involve blaming yourself excessively or feeling undeserving of positive experiences. Once you recognize this story, you can begin the process of disentangling it from reality and gaining clarity about what is actually true versus what has been conditioned or assumed. This awareness is crucial for breaking free from painful, limiting beliefs that keep you stuck in patterns of feeling rejected or unworthy. The stories we tell ourselves during rejection have a profound effect on how we see ourselves and how we behave afterward. If your internal narrative frames rejection as confirmation of personal failure or worthlessness, it can shrink your confidence and inhibit you from taking risks or reaching out again. This negative storytelling can create a cycle where you withdraw, avoid new opportunities, or prevent yourself from forming deeper connections out of fear of being hurt again. In contrast, if you shift your story to see rejection as part of growth or a sign that you're challenging yourself, it can empower you to persist and learn from setbacks. Your self-worth becomes intertwined with these stories. If they're rooted in negativity, your esteem takes a hit each time rejection appears. Conversely, a positive or neutral story can act as a buffer, allowing you to handle setbacks with resilience rather than self-criticism. Every time you interpret rejection through a negative lens, it chips away at your sense of value, often leading to feelings of shame or inadequacy. For example, if you believe, "I am unworthy because I was turned down," you might start to avoid situations that could lead to rejection altogether. This self-protection, while seemingly logical, can actually hinder personal growth and create a self-fulfilling prophecy of loneliness or stagnation. It's important to observe how your story influences your actions. Do you retreat, become defensive, or push forward with determination? Recognizing the impact of these stories on your behavior gives you the opportunity to challenge and reshape them, fostering a healthier sense of self that isn't dictated by external validation or fear. Rebuilding your self-worth involves consciously replacing harmful narratives with stories centered on acceptance, growth, and compassion for yourself. By reflecting on the stories you tell during times of rejection, you can begin to see how they shape your reactions and influence your life path. For example, realizing that your belief, "I am destined to be alone," might be unfounded enables you to consider alternative, more compassionate interpretations. It also opens the door to developing healthier self-talk and strengthening your resilience. Remember, your internal narrative is flexible. Changing even a small part of your story can have a significant impact over time. Make a habit of questioning the stories that arise in your mind after rejection and experiment with reframing them in a way that affirms your worth and capacity for growth. This practice can transform moments of pain into opportunities for self-discovery and stronger self-esteem. Try journaling about your stories and challenge their validity, replacing "I am rejected because I am unworthy" with "rejection is just a part of life. It doesn't define who I am." Chapter 4. The Psychology of Emotional Avoidance. Why we push feelings away, even when they're trying to help. Think back to a moment when you felt overwhelmed by a difficult emotion, perhaps sadness or anger, but chose to push it aside instead of facing it head-on. Many of us have experienced this urge to turn away from feelings that seem uncomfortable or even frightening. This instinct to suppress feelings often stems from an unconscious belief that experiencing certain emotions will cause us pain or make us vulnerable. For example, someone who's been hurt in the past might timidly avoid emotional closeness, fearing they will be hurt again. This fear creates a mental barrier that convinces us that feeling deeply is dangerous or harmful, driving us to shut down rather than confront what's truly happening inside. At the core, the idea that feelings can lead to emotional pain makes many people especially wary of vulnerability. We are conditioned from early childhood to see certain feelings as undesirable or problematic. Anger might be labeled as unacceptable, sadness as weakness, or fear as a sign of failure. As a result, we develop a protective instinct that triggers us to hide these emotions away, thinking it will shield us from suffering. Sometimes, this fear manifests as physical symptoms, tightening muscles, clenched jaws, or even a racing heart, signaling that our body is trying to keep us from feeling more than we believe we can handle. But in reality, avoiding uncomfortable feelings often worsens the problem because it prevents us from understanding what's actually going on inside and stops emotional growth alive in us. Many individuals have stories of suppressing feelings in the name of staying strong, only to find that denying their emotions creates a sense of disconnection from themselves. For example, a person might tell themselves that showing sadness is a sign of weakness and thus hide tears or dismiss their grief. This kind of suppression might shield them temporarily from discomfort, but often leads to buildups of unprocessed emotion, which can trigger bigger problems down the line, like anxiety or depression. Recognizing that these feelings are not inherently harmful, but are signals from within can be a turning point. Instead of fearing pain or vulnerability, beginning to see feelings as messengers rather than enemies can open the door to true healing and self-awareness. While avoiding certain feelings might serve as a quick fix to escape discomfort, it often comes with the unintended consequence of creating emotional distance from ourselves and others. When we pretend we're not feeling something, it's like putting a shield between us and our true experiences. This disconnection can cause us to feel more isolated and less in touch with our authentic selves. For example, someone who dismisses their sadness might also find it harder to connect with others on a deep level, since they've learned to hide their inner world. Over time, this suppression can lead to a sense of emotional numbness, where even positive feelings become muted because vulnerability feels too risky. In addition to emotional distance, avoidance can also influence our relationships. When we hide our true feelings, it becomes harder for others to truly understand us, breeding misunderstandings or superficial connections. Think of it as putting on a mask. It might protect us temporarily, but it also prevents others from seeing who we really are. This disconnect can cause resentment to build up both internally and externally, as unexpressed feelings simmer beneath the surface. It's often tempting to choose avoidance in difficult moments because it seems easier than facing potential pain, but this approach tends to reinforce the cycle of emotional withholding and shallow interactions. On a practical level, avoidance can manifest in various ways. Distraction through work or habits, denying feelings to ourselves, or even physically withdrawing from situations that evoke strong emotions. While these behaviors might provide short-term relief, they rarely resolve the underlying issues. Instead, they deepen the silence around our true feelings, making it harder to recognize or process them later. Learning to gently acknowledge feelings rather than avoid them is a skill that leads to not just emotional resilience, but also a greater capacity to connect authentically with ourselves and others. This approach requires patience and compassion, recognizing that feelings are a natural part of human experience and not something to fear or control outright. Numbing denial, busyness, and false positivity. Have you ever found yourself wrapped in a busy schedule or noticed a persistent smile masking your true feelings? Moments like these are incredibly common. Many of us tend to avoid fully experiencing difficult emotions by distracting ourselves. When life becomes overwhelming, it feels easier to focus on doing rather than feeling. We might keep ourselves constantly occupied with work, chores, or socializing, and in doing so, shield ourselves from the discomfort of pain, sadness, or anxiety that lurks beneath. This pattern acts like a safety valve, preventing us from confronting feelings that seem too heavy to carry. But beneath this layer of busyness, there's often a deeper desire to feel in control or to escape vulnerability. It's as if, by staying busy or cheerful enough, we believe we can outmaneuver pain altogether, even if it means suppressing parts of ourselves in the process. This tendency to mask emotions isn't simply laziness or lack of strength. It stems from the way our minds have learned to cope with distress. From childhood, many of us develop strategies that help us navigate difficult times. These might involve denying problems, numbing feelings with distractions, or convincing ourselves that everything is fine even when it isn't. Over time, these behaviors become a default response, and we start to believe that if we ignore or suppress our pain, it will simply go away. The problem is, these patterns often create a false sense of security, only to leave unresolved issues lurking beneath and sometimes intensifying. We may tell ourselves stories like, "I don't have time to feel this now," or "I should stay positive," as ways to push uncomfortable feelings aside. These defenses serve a purpose. They help us survive tough moments, but they also prevent us from truly healing or gaining clarity about what lies beneath. Recognizing this pattern opens a door to genuine self-awareness. When we start paying attention to how we distract ourselves, whether through excessive work, social engagements, or a forced sense of happiness, we can begin to see it as a signal that something is needing our attention. This awareness can be uncomfortable at first because it asks us to face feelings we'd rather avoid. But understanding that numbing and denial are temporary coping mechanisms allows us to choose to approach our emotions more kindly. For example, instead of immediately reaching for your phone when feeling overwhelmed, pause and ask yourself what you might really be experiencing. Is it sadness, fear, loneliness, or frustration? By confronting these feelings directly, You gain an opportunity to understand yourself better and to start healing the roots of your distress. Doing so doesn't mean that you have to feel all pain at once or sit in discomfort endlessly. It's about developing a new habit, allowing space for feelings without judgment or the need to fix everything immediately. One practical step can be to set aside a few minutes each day to check in with yourself, journaling or simply quietly noticing what emotions are present. This kind of gentle acknowledgement helps break the cycle of automatic distraction and begins the process of reconnecting with your true feelings. Recognizing patterns like busyness or false cheerfulness as signs of emotional resistance empowers you to take small, mindful actions toward authentic understanding. Over time, this can transform how you relate to difficult feelings, turning avoidance into acceptance and vulnerability into strength. What emotional suppression costs us over time. Many people find themselves shutting down emotionally after experiencing difficult or painful feelings. At first, avoiding certain emotions might seem like an effective way to protect oneself from overflowing pain or discomfort. Over time, however, this tendency can become a habit that slowly turns into emotional numbness. When emotions are suppressed repeatedly, the brain starts to disconnect from feelings altogether, making it harder to truly connect with oneself or others. This numbness can create a sense of emptiness, a feeling that emotions are just out of reach, which hampers authentic communication and intimacy in relationships. When we learn to ignore our feelings, we risk losing our capacity to experience joy, empathy, or compassion, both for ourselves and loved ones. This often results in strained relationships because what once could be shared openly now feels distant or incomplete, leaving both partners feeling misunderstood or alone even when together. Leaving emotions unaddressed for long periods can deepen the divide between how we feel internally and how we behave externally. The more we avoid feeling, the more distant we become from our true selves. This emotional disconnection can breed misunderstandings, mistrust, and difficulty in resolving conflicts because underlying feelings are never processed. For example, someone might dismiss feelings of anger after a disagreement, telling themselves to get over it, but secretly, those unresolved feelings can fester. Over time, this leads to resentment that bleeds into other areas of life, creating barriers that are hard to break down. People might also notice an increase in anxiety or depression as their emotional range narrows, because their internal world has become numb or muted. Recognizing these patterns early and understanding their roots can help prevent emotional avoidance from damaging the core of relationships and the individual's well-being. Healing from this kind of emotional suppression starts when we accept that feelings, even painful ones, are part of us and deserve acknowledgement. This process involves gently allowing ourselves to feel without harsh judgment or forcing ourselves to be strong. It's about creating a safe space inside where emotions are given permission to surface naturally. This can be as simple as pausing during stressful moments and asking ourselves, "What am I really feeling right now?" instead of pushing the discomfort away. Journaling, mindfulness, or talking with a trusted friend can support this gentle approach. Practicing patience with ourselves is key. Patience helps to dismantle the fear or shame tied to certain feelings, making it easier to embrace our emotional experiences. Slowly, this openness can lead to richer relationships and a more authentic sense of self, as we begin to experience life with a broader emotional palette rather than a limited or dulled one. One practical tip to start healing is to set aside time daily to check in with your feelings. For example, take 5 minutes at the end of each day to reflect on what you experienced emotionally. Did you feel anxious, sad, excited, or confused? Acknowledge these feelings without judgment. Over time, these small moments of awareness build emotional resilience and help you reconnect with feelings that may have seemed distant or uncomfortable in the past. Remember, feeling is a natural part of being human. Your emotional landscape, no matter how difficult, holds valuable insights that can lead to greater self-awareness and harmony in your relationships. Authentic connection begins when we allow ourselves to genuinely experience what we feel, rather than pushing it aside or pretending it isn't there. Reflection. Which feelings do I label as bad or weak? Have you ever experienced a moment where you felt overwhelmed by anger, sadness, or fear, but immediately brushed it aside because you believed it was inappropriate or inconvenient? Many people develop patterns of dismissing certain feelings because they've learned to see them as weaknesses or as signs of unwanted vulnerability. This habit starts early, often rooted in childhood experiences or cultural messages that promote emotional stoicism or discourage negative feelings. Over time, these emotions can become something to hide or deny, even from ourselves. Recognizing which feelings you tend to push away or label as bad is the first step toward understanding your emotional landscape more honestly. Sometimes, we label feelings like anxiety or frustration as weak, imagining that admitting to them makes us less capable or less strong. Other times, feelings like sadness or vulnerability are dismissed because they don't fit the image we want to project, whether that's competence, happiness, or resilience. This judgment is not just about the emotion itself, but about how we view ourselves in relation to it. For example, if you frequently tell yourself that anger is dangerous or excessive, you might dismiss or suppress feelings of irritation even when they come up naturally. Becoming aware of these habits requires honest reflection and a willingness to look beyond the surface. Ask yourself, which feelings am I reluctant to face? Which ones do I judge as inappropriate or unworthy? Pinpointing these responses helps you uncover hidden patterns rooted deep within your beliefs about emotions and strength. When you label certain feelings as bad or weak, you create a mental barrier that makes genuine emotional experience more difficult. Thinking of anger as dangerous, sadness as a sign of failure, or vulnerability as a flaw tends to push those feelings into the background or suppress them entirely. This suppression can lead to a sense of emotional stagnation, where certain parts of yourself remain hidden or cut off from your conscious awareness. Over time, denying or demeaning these feelings might seem like a protective mechanism, but it actually diminishes your ability to process emotions effectively. It becomes harder to understand what you're truly experiencing because you're constantly judging or censoring your feelings, which prevents authentic self-awareness and growth. Labeling feelings as bad also impacts how you relate to others. For instance, if you view expressing sadness as a weakness, you might avoid sharing your struggles, leading to feelings of loneliness or disconnection. Conversely, labeling anger as unacceptable might cause you to bottle up frustration or lash out unexpectedly because you've suppressed those feelings for so long. This continual judgment creates a cycle where emotional expression is avoided and internal tension builds up. To expand your emotional freedom, start questioning these labels. Is this feeling truly bad? Why do I believe that? What would happen if I allowed myself to experience it without judgment? Recognizing these labels as constructs rather than absolute truths opens space for more genuine, unfiltered emotional experiences. Chapter 5. The Power and Pain of Shame. The difference between guilt and shame. Have you ever felt uneasy after making a mistake and caught yourself thinking, I did something wrong? That feeling is often guilt taking hold, a sense that your actions, in this case, were incorrect or harmful. Guilt typically connects to what we've done. It's an emotional response to specific behaviors that violate our moral standards or hurt others. When we recognize that we've hurt someone or failed to meet our own expectations, guilt can surface as a natural signal that prompts us to make amends or change our behavior. It's like an internal warning system, urging us to take responsibility, but also offering a chance for growth and repair. Shame, on the other hand, reaches deeper, attacking our sense of who we are rather than just what we did. Imagine feeling that same regret, but it morphs into a voice whispering, "You are bad," or "You are unworthy," regardless of the actions you take or repair efforts you make. Shame doesn't simply focus on a mistake. Instead, it questions your core identity, making you feel exposed, defective, or unlovable. This feeling can be overwhelming, leading to hiding, withdrawal, or feelings of worthlessness. Unlike guilt, which can motivate constructive change, shame often compels us to shrink away from others, fearing judgment and rejection, because it suggests that there is something inherently wrong with us, not just what we've done wrong. Understanding this distinction is crucial because conflating guilt and shame can lead to misunderstandings about our emotions and how to address them. Guilt can be a healthy emotion that inspires us to make better choices and seek forgiveness, provided we handle it productively. Shame, however, tends to be more damaging if left unchecked, as it can erode self-esteem and deepen feelings of inadequacy. Recognizing whether you're feeling guilt or shame allows you to respond more compassionately towards yourself. When guilt arises, it's usually helpful to focus on specific actions, what you did or didn't do, then work to mend or learn from it. Shame, however, requires a gentle approach, emphasizing self-compassion and understanding that your worth isn't defined by mistakes or perceived flaws. For example, Think about someone who arrives late to a meeting and feels guilty because they believe they've inconvenienced others. They might apologize sincerely and vow to improve their punctuality. Yet, if they feel ashamed, they might think, "I am a terrible person for being late," and feel unworthy of trust. Recognizing this can shift how they address their feelings. Instead of spiraling into self-criticism, they can acknowledge the mistake while reminding themselves they are still deserving of respect and kindness. This awareness helps prevent shame from becoming a barrier to personal growth or connection. Cultivating this understanding makes it easier to navigate complex emotions and respond with honesty and compassion, rather than self-judgment or avoidance. Ultimately, the key to managing guilt and shame lies in differentiating the two and learning how to respond appropriately. Guilt can be used as a tool for making amends and fostering healthier relationships, while shame needs to be gently challenged with kindness and acceptance. Moving beyond the initial feeling requires patience, as shame often wants us to hide or deny our worth, but facing it with understanding can allow healing to occur. An effective way to do this is to focus on self-awareness, noticing when your emotions stem from action versus identity, then choosing a response that honors your dignity. Simply put, being mindful of whether you're feeling guilty or ashamed promotes healing and helps you cultivate a more nurturing relationship with yourself. A practical tip to keep in mind is to pause and ask yourself, is this feeling telling me I did something wrong, or is it telling me I am wrong? Being able to differentiate can create space for compassionate reflection rather than harsh self-judgment. This practice encourages a more balanced and kind approach to emotional experiences, guiding you to respond in ways that promote growth rather than shame-based withdrawal. Remember, everyone makes mistakes. They do not define your worth. Recognizing this can help transform painful feelings into opportunities for learning without damaging your sense of self in the process. Why shame feels so personal and so hard to shake. Think about a moment when you felt a surge of shame after making a mistake or being criticized. That feeling often runs deeper than just embarrassment. It touches something fundamental inside us. Shame tends to latch onto our core beliefs about who we are, reinforcing the idea that we are somehow flawed or unworthy. When someone calls us out or we stumble, it can feel as if they're saying, "This is who you are at your very core," even if that's not what they intended. Our minds often interpret these moments as attacks on our inner worth, which makes shame feel intensely personal. These beliefs about ourselves, whether rooted in childhood experiences or societal messages, shape how we perceive ourselves and how we think others see us. If we've internalized criticism from early on, shame can become a trigger that signals, "You are not enough," whenever we fail or fall short. Recognizing that shame is connected to these deepest beliefs helps us understand why it can feel so overwhelming and difficult to shake. At its core, shame works like a mirror that reflects back a distorted image of who we are. It's rooted in the idea that if we are enough in some way, then shame would not exist. But because deep down, many of us carry the belief that we are inherently flawed or unworthy, shame becomes a lens through which we interpret our entire worth. It's not simply about what we did, but about what we believe that act says about us. For example, if you made a mistake at work and felt ashamed, it might not just be about the error, but about feeling like you are fundamentally unreliable or unqualified. These core beliefs act as filters, coloring all experiences with a sense of inadequacy. The struggle with shame is that it's tied to our identity rather than a specific incident, making it feel both personal and inescapable. Understanding the connection between shame and core beliefs is critical because it shifts the focus from blaming ourselves for feeling ashamed to examining the underlying thought patterns. Often, these patterns are formed early in life, influenced by caregivers, teachers, or societal expectations. For instance, a child who experiences constant criticism might grow up believing they are inherently defective, which makes adult shame feel like an unavoidable shadow. Recognizing that shame is tied to these beliefs opens the door to changing how we see ourselves. It allows us to question the messages we've internalized and work toward a more compassionate view of our worth. Instead of feeling trapped by shame, we can begin to see it as a signal pointing to areas where our self-view needs healing and revision. Letting go of shame is rarely a quick fix. It involves approaching ourselves with kindness and patience, especially during moments when shame has taken hold. Instead of battling with shame or trying to suppress it, imagine sitting alongside it with gentle curiosity. Ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Where does this come from? This kind of mindful acknowledgement helps create a safe space for the uncomfortable emotions to surface, rather than pushing them aside or judging ourselves harshly. Self-compassion acts as a balm, reminding us that everyone struggles and that imperfection is part of being human. When shame arises, responding with kindness instead of criticism can gradually weaken its grip. This process is about understanding that shame's power diminishes when we stop feeding it with self-judgment and instead nurture a loving attitude toward our vulnerabilities. One practical way to foster this gentle understanding is through self-talk. Instead of harshly criticizing ourselves for feeling ashamed, we can encapsulate that emotion with words like "it's okay to feel this way," or "this is just a moment, not my entire identity." This small shift in how we speak internally makes space for healing to happen. Building self-compassion also means recognizing that shame often arises from internalized beliefs that are not entirely true or fair. We can gently challenge these beliefs by asking, "Would I judge a friend the way I judge myself right now?" Extending kindness to ourselves as we would to a close friend creates a foundation from which shame's influence can begin to loosen. Over time, this approach helps us see shame not as an enemy we must eradicate, but as a sign that points to areas where we can practice kindness and understanding. Additionally, mindfulness practices can be incredibly helpful in this journey. When feelings of shame come up, pausing and observing them without judgment allows us to see them as passing emotions rather than permanent truths. Techniques like deep breathing, grounding exercises, or gentle meditation help us step back from the intensity of shame, creating a moment of spaciousness to choose a compassionate response. This kind of gentle self-awareness builds resilience and gradually softens the emotional charge shame carries. Remember, healing from shame is not about erasing the feelings, but about learning to relate to them differently, viewing shame as a signal for compassion rather than a verdict of our worth. By treating ourselves with patience and kindness, we invite shame to transform from a harsh judge into a gentle guide towards self-acceptance. How shame shapes self-worth and connection. Imagine sitting alone after an embarrassing moment, feeling your cheeks flush and wishing to disappear. In that quiet, almost suffocating space, shame takes root. It whispers that you're fundamentally flawed and unworthy of love or kindness. This emotion can make us want to hide away, withdraw from others, and believe deep down that we don't deserve connection. The more shame we carry, the more it breeds a sense of unworthiness, convincing us that we're better off unseen or ignored. We begin avoiding situations that might expose our vulnerabilities, building walls around ourselves to protect against further injury. These defenses often seem necessary, but end up isolating us further, making us feel even more disconnected and small inside. At its core, shame tends to originate from early experiences where we might have been criticized, neglected, or made to feel that our natural feelings or identities were wrong. It becomes an internal voice that blames us for our imperfections, convincing us that what makes us human, our flaws, mistakes, and uncertainties, are reasons for rejection. This internal narrative slowly chips away at our confidence, persuading us that love and acceptance are contingent on being perfect or ever pliable. As days turn into years, shame can embed itself so deeply that it influences how we see ourselves, often creating a vicious cycle of hiding and self-criticism. Understanding these roots helps us grasp why shame feels so overwhelming and why it can be so difficult to escape its grip without conscious effort. One way shame manifests is through the stories we tell ourselves about who we are. For example, someone who experienced constant criticism as a child might grow up believing they are inherently unlovable. This belief then colors how they interpret moments in adult life, seeing rejection where none is intended or dismissing compliments because they feel unworthy. A person may isolate themselves, thinking that it's safer to remain distant than risk being judged or hurt again. That's why recognizing shame's influence is crucial. It's not just about feeling bad in the moment, but about how those feelings shape our entire sense of worth and ability to connect. The good news is, shame isn't a fixed part of us, and we can challenge its narrative by cultivating understanding and compassion toward ourselves. Healing from shame involves a conscious process of embracing all parts of ourselves, our imperfections, mistakes, and vulnerabilities. It begins with awareness, noticing when shame surfaces and identifying the stories we've accepted as true. Instead of fighting or pushing those feelings away, we can learn to sit with them, acknowledging that feeling ashamed doesn't mean we are unworthy. Building compassion is fundamental, reminding ourselves that everyone has flaws and that these flaws do not diminish our inherent worth. Sharing our struggles with trusted friends or a therapist can help break the silence perpetuated by shame and foster a sense of connection and understanding. As we begin to accept our imperfect human nature, shame loses some of its power, making space for authenticity and self-kindness to flourish. Practicing self-compassion can transform our relationship with shame. For example, when you notice yourself feeling unworthy or embarrassed, pause and gently remind yourself that these feelings are universal. Everyone has struggles and vulnerabilities. Comparing yourself to others only deepens shame, so shifting focus inward and affirming your efforts and progress becomes vital. A practical step involves writing down your feelings and challenging the negative messages attached to them, questioning whether they are truly accurate or just biased voices from the past. Over time, this process helps reshape the inner dialogue, replacing shame-based beliefs with ones rooted in acceptance and kindness. Ultimately, healing shame is about reclaiming your sense of self as a whole, understanding that imperfections are part of what makes us human, and allowing genuine connection with others to help reinforce this truth. Living with shame can make us believe that our worth is conditional and fragile, which hampers our ability to build meaningful relationships. When we accept ourselves with kindness and honesty, we open doors to authentic connections. Sharing our vulnerabilities, when done safely, invites others to do the same and fosters mutual understanding. This process gradually dissolves the walls shame has built and replaces them with bridges of empathy and compassion. Remember, healing is not about becoming perfect, but about accepting ourselves despite our flaws. By doing so, we begin to see that connection is rooted in authenticity, and our worth isn't dictated by mistakes or imperfections, but by our inherent human dignity. In embracing this, we take a significant step toward a more genuine, compassionate life. One practical tip is to keep a daily journal where you write about moments when shame appeared and how you responded. Over time, observe patterns, challenge negative beliefs, and celebrate instances where you chose self-compassion. Recognizing progress, no matter how small, helps weaken shame's hold and build a more nurturing view of yourself. Remember, healing is a journey, and every honest effort counts, bringing you closer to a life where connection and self-worth are truly unconditional. Reflection. What part of me still believes I'm not enough? Many of us carry silent, persistent doubts about ourselves, often rooted in childhood experiences, societal expectations, or past criticisms. These doubts aren't always obvious at first glance, but they quietly shape how we see ourselves and the world around us. Think about the moments when you feel overlooked, unworthy, or not enough. Those feelings often stem from underlying beliefs that have taken root over time. For example, someone might think, "I can't do anything right," because at some point, they've internalized a mistake or failure as a reflection of their worth, rather than as an isolated event. Recognizing these beliefs is the first step. They tend to hide behind a mask of denial or justification, making it difficult to see how they influence daily life. It's not unusual to feel overwhelmed by these feelings, especially when they seem to surface during stressful or vulnerable moments, reinforcing a sense of inadequacy that feels almost automatic. These internal narratives often operate without our awareness, whispering doubts and criticisms that seem to come out of nowhere. The trick is to listen closely and notice when these feelings emerge. Sometimes it's in our reactions to others, our hesitation to try new things, or even in the way we talk to ourselves in solitude. Delving into these feelings requires honesty and patience, as many of these beliefs are deeply ingrained and have become part of our identity without us realizing it. But uncovering them offers a powerful opportunity to understand where they come from and how they perpetuate feelings of not being enough. Reflecting on ways to soothe and challenge this inner voice is an essential part of healing. It begins with kindness. Instead of fighting against these negative thoughts, we gently recognize them as just thoughts, momentary mental messages that are not the complete truth of who we are. When the voice of inadequacy whispers, try to imagine responding with the same patience you would offer a close friend or a young child who's doubting themselves. Validating your feelings doesn't mean accepting them as facts, but acknowledging that they exist makes it easier to challenge their validity. For example, if you notice yourself thinking, "I'm not smart enough," pause and ask, "Is this really true? What evidence supports or contradicts this?" Often, you'll find that these beliefs are exaggerated or based on a limited perspective. Challenging them might involve gathering evidence of your strengths or successes that counteract negative assumptions. Practicing self-compassion might include reminding yourself that everyone makes mistakes and that failure isn't a measure of your worth. This gentle approach can create a safe space inside your mind for new, healthier beliefs to form. The more we practice self-kindness, the less power these destructive narratives hold over us. Remember that changing long-held beliefs takes time and consistency, and each moment of mindfulness adds up over days, weeks, and months. Small acts of compassion, like speaking kindly to yourself, writing affirmations, or simply pausing before criticizing yourself, can help slowly undo the deep-seated feelings of inadequacy. The process of confronting these inner doubts also involves actively questioning their origin. For many, feelings of not enough are rooted in comparisons, constantly measuring ourselves against others and feeling deficient when we fall short. It's important to recognize that these comparisons are often unfair and based on incomplete information. Understanding that everyone has their own struggles and insecurities can help put your own experiences into perspective. For example, comparing your behind the scenes to someone's highlight reel only skews your perception of reality. Instead, turn inward and focus on your unique qualities, skills, and values. What makes you truly you? Journaling can be a practical way to explore these feelings, writing down the beliefs that bother you and then challenging their validity. By doing so regularly, you can start to notice patterns or triggers that set off feelings of inadequacy, allowing you to address them more consciously. It's a gradual journey of patching up the internal narrative, replacing voices of doubt with gentle affirmations. Remember, everyone has moments of vulnerability. Owning your imperfections instead of hiding from them opens the door to greater self-acceptance and inner peace. Ultimately, exposing these beliefs isn't about perfecting yourself, but understanding and transforming the stories you tell yourself about your worth and capabilities. When you begin to uncover these deep-seated beliefs, it can be empowering to remember that they are not fixed truths. They are simply stories that have been repeated often enough to feel real. Awareness alone doesn't resolve everything. It's what comes next that matters most. Making a habit of noticing when these feelings arise and responding with curiosity and kindness can break the cycle of self-criticism. Over time, this can create space for new perceptions of yourself, views rooted in compassion, resilience, and acceptance. Developing an internal dialogue that affirms your worth, such as "I am enough as I am," can serve as a foundation for genuine change. Keep in mind, challenging these beliefs is a process that involves patience and persistence, but with each step, you reaffirm your capacity to change and grow. Self-awareness is a powerful tool, and by shining a light on these hidden doubts, you begin to weaken their hold and invite a more compassionate view of yourself into your life. Getting comfortable with discomfort and embracing the journey of self-discovery can help you gradually rewrite your internal story from one of doubt to one of acceptance and hope. Chapter 6. How Fear Shows Up Dressed as Control. Control as a coping mechanism for uncertainty. Have you ever found yourself obsessively checking the locks before leaving the house or feeling uneasy if your plans unexpectedly change? These behaviors often go beyond simple caution. They are ways we attempt to feel safe in a world that sometimes feels unpredictable. Many individuals unconsciously use control as a shield against feelings of vulnerability, chaos, or being abandoned. When things seem uncertain or out of our hands, discomfort arises, prompting us to seek ways to stabilize our surroundings or outcomes. This need to control can stem from a deep-seated fear that if we loosen our grip, things might fall into disorder or that we might be left entirely alone to face life's uncertainties. Recognizing this helps us understand that control isn't just about order. It's about managing emotional discomfort rooted in fears that feel overwhelming or threatening. Often, controlling behaviors serve as masks for these hidden fears. When we tightly regulate our environment, we may convince ourselves that we are safe, in control, or less vulnerable to unpredictable events. For some, this manifests as overplanning, rigid routines, or an incessant need to micromanage details. These actions provide a false sense of security, calming anxieties that stem from fears of chaos or abandonment. But this sense of safety is often fragile. It depends heavily on things staying the same, which they rarely do. When unpredictable changes do happen, like a canceled meeting or a sudden disagreement, our panic can skyrocket, revealing how much we rely on controlling external circumstances to manage internal fears. Our desire for control, then, becomes a way to carve out temporary safety in a turbulent emotional landscape. Behind these behaviors, there is usually a voice that whispers, "If I can keep everything under control, I won't get hurt." This thought is rooted in early experiences where chaos or neglect may have been part of life. For example, a child growing up in an unpredictable household might learn to cling tightly to routines or possessions as a way to feel anchored. As adults, these habits can persist, echoing childhood survival strategies. Sometimes, controlling becomes so ingrained that it prevents us from truly experiencing life, its natural changes, uncertainties, and surprises. Instead of waking up to the reality that chaos is part of life, we try to fight it, often at the expense of our peace. Recognizing this pattern allows us to begin dismantling the illusion that we can or should manage every aspect of life perfectly, opening space for genuine acceptance and trust in life's flow. Once we see that control often hides deeper fears, we gain a new perspective on how to relate to life's inevitable uncertainties. Instead of constantly striving to predict or manipulate everything around us, learning to accept that chaos and unpredictability are normal parts of existence can bring relief. This shift in mindset encourages us to loosen the grip and instead develop a sense of trust. Trust that we can handle whatever comes, even if it's messy or unpredictable. It involves cultivating a mindset where we hold our fears lightly, knowing they don't define us or dictate our every reaction. When we relax into this natural flow, we allow ourselves to experience life more fully. Its surprises, setbacks, and joys, without the overwhelming need to control every outcome. This acceptance makes space for resilience, flexibility, and genuine peace, even amidst chaos. Practicing this shift requires patience and gentle awareness. We can start by paying attention to moments when we feel compelled to control, such as checking our phones repeatedly, avoiding spontaneous plans, or resisting changes at work or home. When these urges arise, we can pause and ask ourselves what fear is driving that need. Recognizing that a desire for safety, certainty, or validation often underpins these behaviors empowers us to respond differently. Instead of reacting with more control, we can take slow, deliberate breaths or remind ourselves that discomfort is part of being human. Over time, as we practice trusting ourselves in small ways, such as allowing a minor change without resistance, we build resilience. Each small step helps us shift from battling life's unpredictability to flowing with it, developing a calmer, more centered inner world that doesn't depend on external stability. Letting go of the need for complete control also opens us to more authentic relationships. When we're constantly managing and manipulating the environment around us, we may inadvertently push others away or create tension because of our rigidity. But when we accept uncertainty and embrace life's messiness, we become more open, compassionate, and present in our interactions. This authenticity fosters connections built on trust and understanding rather than fear or perfectionism. Remember, life will never be perfectly predictable, and trying to make it so often leads to tension and exhaustion. Instead, by recognizing that the only true control we have is over our internal responses, we can cultivate a sense of inner peace that remains steady, even amidst external chaos. One practical approach is to create moments each day where you deliberately surrender a small aspect of control. For example, allow yourself to leave a plan open-ended or accept a spontaneous change without resistance. Notice how it feels, not just physically but emotionally. Typically, there may be discomfort, but also a sense of relief or freedom. Over time, these small exercises can reshape your relationship with uncertainty. You'll start noticing that the more you practice trusting life's natural flow, the less dependent you become on external circumstances for your sense of safety. This shift isn't about becoming passive or indifferent, but about recognizing the limits of control and learning to coexist with life's unpredictability naturally and peacefully. Ultimately, understanding that control masks deeper fears can be transformative. It helps us see our behaviors not as flaws, but as attempts to cope with pain. When we accept that chaos and uncertainty are inseparable from life, we free ourselves from the exhausting effort to control every detail. Instead, we discover a quieter strength within, one rooted in trust, acceptance, and resilience. This inner shift allows us to navigate life's twists and turns with a steadiness that doesn't rely on external conditions, but on a grounded sense of self and awareness. The more we practice embracing life's unpredictability, the more resilient and peaceful we become. Next time you feel the urge to control, pause for a moment. Take a deep breath and small step back. Remind yourself that some level of chaos is part of being alive, and that's okay. Trust in your ability to adapt, and you may find that life's natural rhythm becomes less frightening and more liberating. Control is an illusion, but resilience and trust are real anchors that can steady us through any storm. Perfectionism, hyperindependence, and the fear of letting go. Many people find themselves caught in a cycle of striving for flawless outcomes, not simply because they want to do well, but because they feel that making mistakes or relying on others threatens their sense of worth. That deep fear of failure often originates from early experiences where mistakes were met with criticism or disappointment, leading them to associate failure with rejection or inadequacy. As a way to protect themselves from these painful feelings, individuals tend to hold tightly to control, pushing themselves to reach impossibly high standards that can never truly be fulfilled. This relentless pursuit of perfection becomes a shield, masking underlying fears of being judged or not being good enough. Behind every perfectly organized project or faultless presentation is often a quiet anxiety that, if exposed, could reveal vulnerabilities they are uncomfortable facing. It's not just about the fear of mistakes. It's also about the fear of being vulnerable emotionally. When someone is hyper-focused on doing everything flawlessly, they often avoid opening up or asking for help, fearing that showing their real struggles might expose weakness. This self-imposed pressure creates a cycle where they equate independence with strength and imperfection with failure. Because they worry that admitting to struggles might lead to judgment, they develop an intense need for control, often trying to handle everything alone. Over time, this behavior can become exhausting, leading to burnout and feelings of isolation, even when surrounded by others. Recognizing this pattern is crucial because it reveals the underlying fears that drive their perfectionism and independence, making it possible to start addressing those fears directly. Letting go of the need to control every detail and the fear of failure can open the door to a more authentic, relaxed way of living. When someone begins to loosen their grip on perfection, they often discover that imperfection isn't catastrophic, but simply a part of life. This process involves accepting that mistakes are not signs of inadequacy, but opportunities to learn and grow. It also means understanding that being vulnerable and relying on others does not equate to weakness, but instead can deepen relationships and foster genuine connections. By allowing themselves to be imperfect, they create space for more meaningful interactions where others feel safe to do the same. This shift from self-reliance to shared trust can feel like a breath of fresh air, freeing them from the heavy burden of needing to do everything alone. When they embrace vulnerability, they often find that their relationships become richer and more authentic, as others start to see and accept their true selves. This can lead to a sense of belonging that wasn't possible through perfectionism alone. Overcoming the fear of letting go involves practicing self-compassion, recognizing that nobody is perfect, and understanding that making mistakes is a natural part of being human. It's about choosing progress over perfection and realizing that true strength lies in the courage to be imperfect. As they begin to release control, many find their anxiety lessening and their emotional resilience strengthening. The paradox is that by letting go of the need to control everything, we often gain the freedom we've been missing, experiencing deeper connection and inner peace that no amount of perfection can provide. One practical step to start this journey is dedicating time to reflect on moments where trying to be perfect made things more difficult. Writing about these experiences can reveal recurring patterns or fears that drive their behavior. From there, practicing small acts of vulnerability, such as sharing a mistake or asking for help, can slowly build comfort with imperfection. Remember, it's a gradual process, and patience with oneself is key. Each tiny step taken toward accepting your imperfections reinforces that being human is enough and opens the way for a more genuine, fulfilling life. The difference between protecting yourself and imprisoning yourself. Have you ever felt that tight knot of anxiety tightening in your stomach when things start to feel unpredictable? It's a common experience. Our desire to protect ourselves often leads us to cling to control. When we try to manage every detail, every outcome, we think we're securing our happiness or avoiding pain. But sometimes this need to control turns into a prison, where the walls are built from fears of failure, rejection, or loss. We convince ourselves that if we hold everything tightly, we won't get hurt, yet this very effort can cut us off from living freely. Over time, controlling behaviors become habits reinforced by a subconscious belief that the world is dangerous and unpredictable, and only through strict oversight can we find comfort. Unfortunately, this mindset makes us feel isolated, as genuine connections require vulnerability and trust, things that control tends to block. Instead of feeling safer, we often end up trapped inside a cycle of anxiety and hypervigilance, which prevents us from truly experiencing life's richness. Psychologically, this behavior stems from early experiences where safety was uncertain or unpredictable. Perhaps growing up in an unstable environment or facing repeated disappointments leads someone to believe that life is inherently unsafe. As a result, control becomes a coping mechanism, an attempt to create order amid chaos. This can manifest as obsessively planning, avoiding risks, or seeking constant reassurance. While these behaviors may provide temporary relief, they also serve to reinforce a belief that the world is hostile and independence is dangerous. It's a kind of protective armor that, over time, becomes a barrier separating us from others and from new opportunities. Recognizing this pattern requires honest self-reflection, questioning whether control is serving us or keeping us locked inside a fragile bubble. Sometimes giving up small bits of control can feel terrifying, but also liberating, slowly breaking down the walls we've built around ourselves. Think of a person who refuses to delegate tasks at work or avoid making decisions without consulting multiple opinions. Initially, it might seem like signs of diligence, but underneath lies a fear of mistakes or rejection. This person might isolate themselves from collaborative efforts, fearing vulnerability or failure. Over time, this behavior can lead to burnout and loneliness, revealing the cost of clinging too tightly to safety. Real growth often starts with acceptance that some level of risk is necessary for progress. By gradually loosening the grip on control, we open space for trust in ourselves and in others. For example, sharing responsibilities or embracing uncertainty can build resilience and confidence, showing us that safety isn't about total control but about adaptability. Recognizing these patterns is the first step, which allows us to choose consciously whether to tighten our fists or open our palms to life's unpredictability. Doing so can transform fear into freedom, making us less prone to feeling trapped in our own minds. Imagine a time when you hesitated to try something new because you feared failure or embarrassment. That hesitation is often rooted in a desire to avoid pain, pushing us toward risk aversion. But life naturally involves uncertainty, and the ability to navigate it with a sense of balance is essential for personal growth. Trust acts as the bridge between caution and vulnerability. It encourages us to take chances, knowing that setbacks are part of the process. Finding this balance involves acknowledging our fears without letting them dominate our choices. For instance, a person who tries to speak up in meetings despite fears of criticism demonstrates that small acts of trust can expand our comfort zones gradually. Instead of viewing caution and trust as opposing forces, it's helpful to see them as complementary. Caution keeps us aware of risks, while trust empowers us to act despite them. Striking this balance fosters resilience, teaching us that safety isn't about avoiding all danger, but about managing risks thoughtfully. Practically, embracing balance might look like setting clear boundaries while remaining open to new experiences. For example, you could decide to share your honest feelings with a close friend, even if you worry about being misunderstood. This act of vulnerability promotes deeper connection and demonstrates that trust can coexist with cautiousness. Building this skill requires patience and practice, often involving small steps that gradually increase our comfort level with uncertainty. It's also essential to practice self-compassion, reminding ourselves that making mistakes doesn't diminish our worth and that setbacks are integral to growth. As we become more adept at balancing caution with trust, we tend to experience less stress and more fulfillment. Our mindset shifts from protecting ourselves out of fear to protecting ourselves through conscious choices rooted in confidence. Ultimately, trusting enough to let go of some control opens the door to genuine connection, self-discovery, and a more relaxed approach to life. If you feel overwhelmed by the urge to control everything around you, try practicing mindful awareness of your thought patterns. Recognize when anxiety triggers a need for excessive control and gently question whether that control is actually serving your well-being. Sometimes, just pausing to breathe and reflect before acting can help you choose a more balanced response. Remember, safety isn't about eliminating all risks, but about developing confidence in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Small, deliberate acts of trust each day can slowly remodel the way you relate to uncertainty. Over time, you'll find that life becomes less about defending yourself against what might go wrong and more about embracing what might go right. This shift in mindset can relieve a great deal of pressure and open space for authentic living and connection. Reflection. Where am I gripping because I don't trust life? Many of us hold on to the need to control our lives, often without even realizing it. Think about a time when you felt anxious because things weren't going your way, or when you hesitated to share your true feelings because you feared losing stability. This desire for control usually stems from a place of fear of uncertainty, disappointment, or even vulnerability. We might convince ourselves that controlling the outcome keeps us safe, but in reality, it often traps us in a cycle of stress and frustration. The more we cling to how we think things should unfold, the harder it becomes to embrace the natural flow of life, which tends to be unpredictable and messy. Control creates a barrier, not only preventing us from experiencing genuine joy, but also limiting us from fully connecting with ourselves and others. When control dominates, it influences how we see the world and ourselves. We start to think that everything must line up perfectly for us to be happy, which is an impossible standard to meet. It's easy to fall into the trap of micromanaging every detail, worrying about what might happen, planning for every outcome, or obsessing over the tiniest aspects of our lives. But this relentless need for certainty can make even small setbacks feel overwhelming. Recognizing where we seek control can be eye-opening. It might be in our relationships, careers, health, or daily routines. The key is to observe our habits of overresponsibility or reluctance to delegate, which often mask deeper fears of losing safety or stability. Understanding these patterns is the first step toward loosening the grip and opening yourself to more spontaneous and joyful experiences. To truly identify where control blocks your openness, pay attention to moments when you feel tense, resistant, or anxious. Notice if you're attempting to manage situations that are beyond your influence or trying to shape outcomes that should naturally evolve. Sometimes keeping a simple journal or practicing mindfulness can reveal recurring themes, like a tendency to over-prepare or a reluctance to accept help from others. Once you see these patterns clearly, you can start to gently challenge them. For example, if you notice yourself obsessing over a future event, try to pause and ask if you can accept that uncertainty is part of life. Recognizing these barriers is like shining a light in a dark room. You become aware of obstacles that, once acknowledged, can slowly be dismantled. Letting go of the need to control everything can feel like stepping into the unknown without a safety net, which naturally brings a mix of fear and curiosity. But when we begin to trust that life will unfold as it should, it opens up a space where true peace can settle. Trusting isn't about blindly abandoning all sense of responsibility. Rather, it's about shifting from a stance of tight grip to one of gentle guidance. Imagine a parent letting go of a child's bike seat as they learn to balance. At first, there's hesitation, but over time, confidence grows as trust replaces anxiety. Similarly, trusting life involves cultivating a belief that, even with uncertainties and setbacks, circumstances tend to work out in ways that serve our growth. This mindset promotes resilience and nurtures a sense of inner calm, as we begin to accept that we don't have control over everything, but can still navigate through life's waves. Creating space for peace requires embracing the idea that not everything is up to us. It involves practicing surrender, letting go of the need to manipulate every detail. When we trust life, we give ourselves permission to relax into the present, rather than constantly worrying about what might happen next. This can be challenging, especially if fears of failure or loss are deeply ingrained. But there's power in small acts of trust, like intentionally surrendering to a situation that's out of your hands or choosing to believe that things will turn out well, even if you can't see the full picture yet. As you allow yourself to trust that life's flow is often more supportive than we expect, you'll notice a lighter, more spacious feeling inside. This openness can transform moments that once felt stressful into opportunities for growth and connection. Practicing patience and self-compassion is crucial here. Trust doesn't appear overnight. It's built gradually through consistent experience. Start by noticing when you're resisting what is, and then gently remind yourself that you don't have to have all the answers. Simple breathing exercises or mindfulness can help establish presence. When you're fully in the moment, the urge to control diminishes because you're grounded in what's real right now. Remember, trusting life is like planting seeds of hope. You nourish yourself with kindness and watch as your capacity for peace grows. Over time, this trust becomes a deeply rooted belief, allowing you to face uncertainties with calm confidence and openness for what each new day might bring. One effective tip is to identify one small area where you can practice surrender each day. Whether it's letting go of the need to check your phone obsessively or accepting the outcome of a difficult conversation, these small acts build trust in your ability to handle life's unpredictability. With patience and persistence, trusting life can become a natural state, one that allows joy, authenticity, and peace to flourish even amidst challenges. The key is to remember that trust isn't about perfect certainty, but about faith in the process of life itself. Chapter 7: The Psychology of Connection and Disconnection. What real connection requires, and what blocks it. Imagine you're sitting across from someone you've just met, feeling an inexplicable pull to share a part of yourself. At first, instinct might tell you to hold back, to keep your guard up, fearing that revealing too much could make you vulnerable or exposed. Yet, authentic connections often flourish precisely when we allow ourselves to be open, showing genuine parts of who we are, our questions, doubts, hopes, and imperfections. Vulnerability here isn't about oversharing or spilling out every thought blindly. It's about choosing what to reveal with honesty and courage. When you let your guard down, even just a little, it signals trust, inviting the other person to do the same. Presence also plays a crucial role. Truly being with someone, attentive to their words and facial expressions without distraction, creates a space where real connection can grow. Mutual understanding, meanwhile, is about actively listening, tuning into the nuances of the other person's feelings, and valuing their experiences as much as your own. It's not just about hearing words, but also about sensing the emotions behind them, making space for empathy. Building this kind of authentic bond requires effort and vulnerability, a willingness to show up honestly and to accept the same from others. When these ingredients come together, they form a foundation where trust can deepen and genuine connection can thrive, transforming superficial exchanges into meaningful relationships. Many of us instinctively build walls to protect ourselves from rejection, disappointment, or vulnerability. These defenses, whether they are guarded words, emotional withdrawal, or a tendency to keep things superficial, serve as shields designed to prevent pain. But in doing so, they also limit the depth of connection we can achieve. When someone fears being judged or hurt, they might hesitate to express their true feelings or hide parts of themselves that they consider too vulnerable. This creates a barrier, making authentic connection difficult or even impossible. Our fears often stem from past experiences, rejection in childhood, betrayal, or disappointment, that lodge doubts about whether we'll be accepted or valued. These doubts can cause us to self-protect by keeping parts of ourselves hidden, leading to a cycle where genuine understanding remains elusive. Additionally, defenses can surface as sarcasm, defensiveness, or avoidance, all of which shut down meaningful conversations. Understanding these patterns is crucial because it's not just the other person who keeps us distant. We often contribute with our own protective strategies. Recognizing our fears and defenses allows us to gently lower these barriers, opening space for vulnerability and deeper connection. Facing the discomfort of exposure is rarely easy, but it's often the only way to access the intimacy we truly long for. When we learn to sit with our fears instead of hiding behind them, we create opportunities for trust, growth, and genuine closeness to take root. Sometimes, simply reflecting on the roots of our fears can help us start to loosen the grip of defenses. For example, recalling a moment when showing vulnerability led to rejection can reinforce the idea that hiding feels safer, even if it keeps us isolated. But by gradually practicing openness in safe spaces, sharing small truths or feelings without fear of judgment, we strengthen our capacity to connect authentically. Over time, this builds resilience, making it easier to be more vulnerable in other relationships. It can also be helpful to remember that everyone carries fears. No one is immune. Recognizing that vulnerability isn't a sign of weakness, but rather a brave acknowledgement of our humanity, can transform the way we approach connection. The key is to take small steps, cultivate patience, and remind ourselves that true intimacy is worth the risk. As we do, we create opportunities for relationships that are richer, more genuine, and more satisfying than superficial exchanges ever could be. Emotional availability, presence, and nervous system syncing. Imagine sitting across from someone you care about, noticing how their eyes soften when you listen without distraction. When you're truly present, you're giving your full attention, which naturally creates a silent, powerful connection. This state of being with someone involves more than just physical presence. It means your mind and heart are engaged in the moment, free from wandering thoughts or internal chatter. In those genuine moments, hearts can start to align more closely, sometimes without words, allowing trust to deepen in ways that words cannot reach. It's as if your nervous systems begin to communicate on a subtle, subconscious level, creating a rhythm or harmony that fosters closeness and safety. The more often you practice this kind of presence, the more effortless the syncing of emotions and trust can become, forming a foundation for deeper intimacy. This isn't just about paying attention. It's about tuning into your own internal state and becoming aware of what it takes to settle into true presence. When you are present, you naturally relax, and your nervous system begins to mirror the other person's calming signals. This process, sometimes called nervous system syncing, occurs when both individuals feel seen and held in a safe space. Think of it like two tuning forks that gradually find harmony, vibrating together in a shared resonance. In real life, this could happen when you're fully attuned during a difficult conversation or a moment of vulnerability, allowing both parties to feel connected, valued, and understood. As these moments multiply, trust isn't forced. It develops quietly as a natural result of shared presence and emotional attunement. Practicing presence isn't about perfection, but consistency. It begins with simple acts, slowing your breath, maintaining eye contact, and resisting the urge to check your phone or mentally prepare your response. When your entire focus is on the other person and your own internal state, you create an environment where emotional and nervous system synchronization can thrive. This can be especially powerful during conflicts or moments of tension, where staying grounded and present may prevent escalation and instead foster understanding. Over time, a relationship becomes a space where both individuals can feel safe to lean into vulnerability because they trust that their partner is truly with them. This sense of safety acts as a foundation for both emotional availability and deeper connection. Think back to a moment when someone truly listened to you, when their presence made you feel seen, heard, and valued. That feeling arises from emotional availability, which involves being open and willing to share vulnerable parts of yourself. It's often born from a sense of safety and trust, and it requires a conscious effort to open your heart and stay receptive despite fears or past wounds. Cultivating emotional availability means actively working on your own inner state, recognizing what blocks your openness, whether it's fear, shame, or distraction, and gently dismantling those barriers. When you're emotionally available, you create space for intimacy to grow because the other person feels comfortable sharing more of themselves. This kind of openness fosters mutual vulnerability, which in turn strengthens bonds and deepens trust across the relationship. Building emotional availability often begins with small steps. Checking in with your feelings, allowing yourself to sit with uncomfortable emotions rather than avoiding them, and showing genuine curiosity toward your partner's inner world. It's about creating an environment where both people can express needs and fears without judgment. Sometimes, simply acknowledging your own emotional state or sharing a moment of vulnerability can invite the other person to do the same. Over time, this openness becomes a rhythm, a natural dance of sharing and receiving that lays the groundwork for profound intimacy. When both partners are willing to be emotionally available, relationships shift from superficial interactions to authentic exchanges rooted in trust and mutual respect. Practicing emotional availability also involves active listening and empathy. Instead of jumping to fix problems or offering quick advice, it's more helpful to truly hear what the other person is expressing and validate their feelings. This act of validation, that their experience is understood, can be healing, especially when someone shares a difficult emotion. It's essential to remember that emotional availability isn't just about verbal expression. It also involves body language, tone of voice, and subtle cues that communicate care and attentiveness. Making space for emotional honesty, even during conflict, can turn potential disagreements into opportunities for growth and connection. Over time, these habits solidify trust, making it easier to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs together. Ultimately, nurturing emotional availability is about viewing vulnerability not as weakness, but as a bridge to greater intimacy. Each time you take a risk to share something genuine, you build a foundation of trust that encourages the other to do the same. When both hearts are willing to be open, even amidst imperfections, love is able to deepen and become more resilient. The key insight here is that emotional availability is a skill that can be cultivated with patience and intention, and that doing so transforms the relationship into a true partnership rooted in authenticity. Reflect on a recent moment when you felt truly heard or understood. What made that moment possible? Consider how you can create similar conditions within your own interactions. What little steps can you take today to make emotional sharing easier and more natural? Why some people can't hear your feelings? Because they're avoiding their own. Think of a moment when you tried to share your feelings with someone close, only to be met with silence or indifference. It can feel like speaking into an empty space, leaving you confused and hurt. Often, this lack of response isn't about what you said. It's rooted in the other person's own internal struggles. Many people who seem emotionally unavailable carry wounds from their past, experiences that made them question their worth or fear vulnerability. These wounds become defenses, shaping how they interact with their emotions and with others. When someone has been hurt repeatedly, maybe by rejection, betrayal, or neglect, they often develop fears that opening up will only lead to more pain. Consequently, they dodge emotional conversations because facing their own feelings can feel overwhelming or unsafe. It's not that they don't care, it's that their own fears keep them from responding authentically. This avoidance is a protective mechanism, a way to shield themselves from the vulnerability that emotions demand. Understanding that their reactions come from internal wounds helps us see beyond the silence to what's really going on beneath the surface. This defensive stance is often reinforced by negative experiences or societal messages that equate vulnerability with weakness. Some people grew up in environments where showing feelings was discouraged, or where expressing emotions might have led to criticism or rejection. Over time, they learned to hide their feelings as a survival tactic, believing that silence or emotional distancing keeps them safe. That attitude can become so ingrained that even as adults, they block out emotional cues from others, creating a barrier that's hard to penetrate. Recognizing these underlying fears is crucial because it shifts our frustration into compassion. Instead of perceiving their silence as disinterest, we start to see it as a sign of their own struggle to manage their internal pain. They may want connection just as much as we do, but their wounds make it difficult to be open or vulnerable. With patience and understanding, it's possible to create a space where they feel safe enough to gradually confront their fears, but it requires that we see beyond their silence and acknowledge their internal battles. When someone avoids emotional connection, it's tempting to withdraw or respond with frustration. However, maintaining an attitude of compassion can encourage a different response, one rooted in understanding rather than blame. Compassion doesn't mean accepting bad behavior or ignoring your own needs. It's about recognizing that their silence often masks pain they may not even fully understand themselves. When we approach them with patience and kindness, we create a small opening for trust to develop. It's like offering a safe space where vulnerability can begin to take root. For example, instead of pushing for a conversation that might trigger their fear, a gentle reassurance that you're present and willing to listen can make a big difference. Sometimes, simply holding space for their feelings, without judgment or pressure, helps them feel less alone in their struggle. Practicing self-awareness is equally important. Acknowledging your own feelings of disappointment or frustration allows you to manage those emotions without turning away. Over time, your steady presence can encourage them to gradually lower their defenses and start sharing their feelings in their own time. This approach benefits both parties. You nurture empathy and patience, which can foster genuine connection, and they begin to see that vulnerability isn't necessarily dangerous. An example might be offering a quiet, nonverbal gesture of support, such as a reassuring touch or simply sitting together in silence, without expecting immediate reciprocation. Showing consistent compassion signals that your intention is sincere and that their feelings matter. Keep in mind, not everyone will respond right away. Some might need more time and reassurance. The key is remaining open-hearted and non-judgmental, trusting that their willingness to connect might grow slowly. Often, it's helpful to remember that emotional unavailability isn't a rejection of us personally, but a reflection of their internal fears. With patience, kindness, and unwavering presence, we create an environment where healing and trust can emerge, even from the silence they initially project. Another helpful tip is practicing active listening, not just hearing words, but genuinely trying to understand the feelings behind them. When they do share, avoid interrupting or fixing. Instead, validate their experience with phrases that acknowledge their feelings. For instance, saying, "That sounds really difficult," or "I can see that this hurts you," can foster comfort and openness. Over time, small steps like these can help shift their perception of emotional conversations from dangerous to safe. Remember, the goal isn't to change them overnight, but to provide a steady, caring presence that encourages gradual vulnerability. By focusing on empathy and patience, we create an environment where emotional barriers can slowly be lowered, allowing authentic connection to flourish in its own time. This process often reveals that beneath their silence lies a genuine desire for connection, waiting for someone willing to meet them with patience rather than judgment. Reflection. Where do I crave closeness but fear being seen? Think of a moment when you felt the urge to share something deeply personal with someone close, but found yourself holding back. Maybe it was expressing your feelings about a difficult experience or honestly sharing your needs and fears. These situations often trigger a mixed sensation. Part of you craves connection, yet another part worries about judgment, rejection, or exposing your true self. Recognizing these moments is the first step toward understanding where vulnerability feels risky. Often, the root lies in past experiences where being open led to pain or disappointment, creating an internal fear of repeating that hurt. This fear subtly influences current relationships, making you hesitant to fully show who you are. Identifying these areas means paying attention to emotional signals. Notice when your heart races, or when your mind reminds you to stay guarded. Mapping these moments helps you realize that vulnerability often equals exposure, but it also holds the key to genuine connection. Once you begin to see where your defenses rise, you empower yourself to gently explore these boundaries, understanding that risking exposure also opens doors to authentic intimacy. Remember, these spots often signify what you truly value but are afraid to reveal, indicating where your deepest needs and fears intersect. Reflecting on how embracing your true self can foster genuine connection requires honest self-awareness. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, not just physically but emotionally, asking yourself what parts of you hide from others. Over time, many have learned to mask insecurities or vulnerabilities to protect themselves from judgment. But each time we tuck away our genuine emotions or thoughts, we create a barrier that makes real intimacy difficult. Embracing your authentic self means becoming willing to show those vulnerable parts, your fears, hopes, and imperfections without shame. This process involves practicing self-compassion and understanding that these aspects are part of being human. When you allow yourself to be seen for who you truly are, even with flaws and uncertainties, you create space for others to do the same. Genuine connections blossom when there's honesty about who you are. No pretending, no hiding. It's a slow, sometimes uncomfortable process, but each step toward openness builds trust and deepens relationships. Real intimacy is rooted in acceptance. Accepting yourself makes it easier to accept others, fostering connections built on authenticity rather than masks. A practical way to start embracing your true self is to identify small moments where authenticity feels safe and practice sharing more openly. For example, if you notice you tend to dismiss your opinions to avoid conflict, try expressing a different viewpoint in a low-stakes situation. This gradually increases your comfort with vulnerability and helps you see that being open doesn't have to be catastrophic. Reminding yourself that vulnerability often leads to connection and support can serve as motivation to continue. It's also helpful to reflect on positive experiences where honesty led to a deeper bond, reinforcing the idea that your true self is worthy of love and belonging. Over time, the more you practice vulnerability in small ways, the easier it becomes to share significant parts of yourself, matching your outward expressions with your internal truth. Remember, authenticity is a journey, not a destination. Celebrate each step forward, and be gentle with yourself during setbacks, knowing they are part of the process necessary for genuine growth. Chapter 8. Self-sabotage is usually self-protection. Why we ruin things that feel good. Think about a moment when you felt truly happy. Maybe after a breakthrough at work, a genuine connection with a friend, or just a peaceful evening alone. Now ask yourself, did that happiness last? Or did you find yourself unintentionally pulling away from it? Many people experience this pattern where they enjoy something good, but then unconsciously sabotage it or let it slip away. This tendency isn't random. It's rooted in deep fears and beliefs that often operate below our awareness. These beliefs can whisper messages like, I don't deserve this, or if I'm too happy, something bad will happen. Such thoughts create an internal conflict that can cause us to unconsciously undermine what feels good, perhaps because our subconscious is trying to protect us from inevitable disappointment or pain. Many of these beliefs are born from past experiences, messages received from family, society, or even our own previous failures. For example, if someone grew up in an environment where success was often met with jealousy or criticism, they might develop a subconscious belief that happiness and achievement will inevitably lead to conflict or isolation. As a result, they might unconsciously resist feeling good, believing that keeping a low profile or self-sabotage is safer. These fears form a kind of mental barricade, preventing us from fully embracing joy, because at some level, the mind associates happiness with danger. Over time, this leads to patterns where we unconsciously ruin or dismiss the very moments that bring us peace or fulfillment, maintaining a familiar, if painful, sense of security in unfulfilled longing or struggle. Understanding these hidden fears and beliefs can be eye-opening because it reveals that our self-sabotaging behaviors are often less about the actual situation and more about protecting ourselves from perceived threats. For instance, a person might turn away from a new relationship just as it's starting to get serious because their subconscious fears that they'll get hurt or rejected kick in. Or they might procrastinate on pursuing a dream, feeling unworthy or afraid they'll fail. Recognizing that these behaviors are rooted in safety mechanisms, even if they are destructive, provides a new perspective. It helps us see that the struggle isn't necessarily a personal flaw, but often a survival strategy that our mind learned early on. This insight can be the first step toward crafting healthier responses to joy and success, rather than pushing them away. People often carry a quiet but powerful desire for happiness, yet remain hesitant to fully accept it. If you notice yourself resisting good things, even something as simple as a compliment or an unexpected opportunity, ask whether underlying fears are at play. Sometimes just naming these fears and beliefs, like, I'm afraid I will lose this happiness, or I don't feel worthy of this kind of goodness, can lessen their grip. It's equally helpful to remind ourselves that feeling good is not a sign of weakness or danger, but part of being human. Our minds can mistakenly equate happiness with vulnerability, but acknowledging and challenging these beliefs slowly opens space for us to enjoy life more fully. When we understand that these barriers are internal stories rather than facts, we gain the chance to rewrite our relationship with happiness. Being aware of these internal conflicts can be empowering. One practical step is to notice when you begin to feel anxious or resistant to good feelings. Then pause and ask yourself what fear might be underlying that reaction. For example, if you start feeling guilty after a period of relaxation or accomplishment, recognize that guilt and examine if it's coming from a belief you hold. Just this act of awareness can weaken the automatic hold these beliefs have on you. A simple journaling practice, writing down your fears about happiness or success, can help bring subconscious ideas into conscious awareness. From there, you can begin to challenge and reframe them, gradually retraining your mind to see happiness as safe rather than threatening. This gentle process takes time, but over days and weeks, it can transform the way you relate to moments of joy, making it easier to accept good feelings without guilt or suspicion. Remember, the goal isn't to eradicate all fears overnight, but to understand them and develop compassion for yourself as you work toward healthier, more accepting habits. How inner beliefs and fear of change drive self-sabotage. Think about the times you've hesitated to make a change, even when you knew it could be good for you. It's often the fear of the unknown that holds us back. Our subconscious mind craves safety and comfort, so it clings to what's familiar, even if that familiarity includes pain or dissatisfaction. This deep-seated desire to avoid uncertainty makes change feel risky and intimidating. Our internal programming is wired to protect us from potential threats, and that often means resisting anything new that might disrupt our current sense of security. This resistance isn't just about fear of failure. It's rooted in the brain's natural tendency to seek patterns that have historically kept us alive. If a certain behavior or situation has caused pain or discomfort before, our mind learns to shy away from anything resembling it, even if staying in that situation isn't beneficial. For example, someone might stay in a toxic relationship simply because the familiarity provides a sense of predictability, even if it causes emotional pain. The subconscious mind views change as an unpredictable threat and defaults to what it perceives as safer, even if it keeps us stuck in unhealthy patterns. Many people experience this as a kind of internal tug-of-war. The conscious mind, aware of the desire for growth, can feel eager to move forward, but the subconscious pulls back, urging caution or retreat. This internal conflict often manifests as self-sabotage, where subtle fears and beliefs get in the way of progress. The feeling of being trapped or stuck isn't just because external circumstances are difficult. It's also because of this internal resistance rooted in our subconscious programming. Understanding that this resistance stems from a survival mechanism can make it feel less personal and more like a natural part of our biological wiring. Recognizing this helps us see why change is so challenging, not because we're inherently weak or incapable, but because the mind prefers safety over risking discomfort or loss. It's a wise, if overly cautious, system trying to protect us from pain. But it also means that real change requires us to work with, rather than fight against, this deeply ingrained tendency. Moving past this internal resistance begins with building trust in ourselves. Changing deeply held beliefs and confronting fears of the unknown can feel overwhelming, but it becomes manageable when we start to believe in our own capacity to navigate uncertainty. Trusting yourself is about recognizing that you have the inner strength and resilience needed to face discomfort and still come out stronger. It's about cultivating a sense of safety within, even when external circumstances seem uncertain or unpredictable. This process involves intentionally choosing to step outside comfort zones in small, manageable ways. For example, committing to a new daily habit, initiating a difficult conversation, or simply acknowledging fears without judgment gradually reinforces your belief that you can handle whatever comes. Every small act of courage deepens your trust in your ability to adapt, which in turn weakens the subconscious's need to protect you so fiercely. Over time, this creates a new pattern, one where growth feels less threatening and more like a natural part of life. Building trust in yourself also means confronting your inner critic and dismissing the powerful narratives that suggest you're incapable or unworthy of change. It's about noticing the stories you tell yourself about what's possible. When doubts creep in, a common experience when considering change, acknowledging those thoughts without buying into them helps create space for new beliefs to grow. Developing self-compassion is crucial here. When you treat yourself with kindness during setbacks or fears, the process of embracing change becomes less frightening and more affirming. Practicing patience and celebrating small wins reinforces confidence. Every time you face a fear, take a step toward growth, or challenge a limiting belief, you're strengthening your inner trust. Remember, healing involves intentionally choosing to believe that you are capable of handling whatever change brings. Recognizing that change can be a form of growth, rather than a threat, helps establish a new inner dialogue, one based on confidence and safety from within. One effective way to foster this trust is through visualization and positive affirmation. Picture yourself succeeding in small steps, feeling confident and resilient. Repeat affirmations that reinforce your ability to handle change, such as "I am capable of adapting and growing," or "I trust myself to navigate this journey." As these practices become routine, they embed a new belief system that supports you in embracing change rather than resisting it. The more you nourish this inner trust, the more your subconscious begins to see change as an opportunity rather than a threat. Ultimately, the key insight here is that trusting yourself enough to embrace change is a proactive act of self-love and resilience. Change is inherently uncertain, but your ability to trust in your capacity to handle that uncertainty makes all the difference. Start small, stay consistent, and remind yourself that you are more capable than your fears might suggest. This trust will gradually weaken the subconscious's resistance, opening the door to growth and transformation. As a practical tip, try journaling about a recent situation where you hesitated to make a change. Write down what you feared might happen, and then challenge that thought with evidence from past experiences where you successfully dealt with uncertainty. Over time, this practice helps build trust in your ability to handle change, creating a positive cycle of growth and self-empowerment. The paradox of wanting love, success, and peace, but not trusting them. Sometimes, in moments of quiet reflection, many of us catch ourselves asking why good things seem to slip away or stay just out of reach. It's as if there's an invisible wall keeping us from truly accepting love or success, even when they are within our grasp. Underlying this experience are often deep-seated fears. Fears that we are unworthy, fears that if we receive too much happiness, it will somehow be taken away, or fears that success will change us in ways we can't control. These doubts stem from childhood experiences, past disappointments, or even stories we tell ourselves about who we are and what we deserve. They create a kind of mental barrier that subtly whispers that we shouldn't fully trust the goodness around us. When those fears take hold, they act like a filter through which we see the world, causing us to sabotage opportunities or dismiss compliments, believing they are undeserved. For example, someone might achieve a career milestone, but then unconsciously downplay their role or dismiss the praise, reinforcing the idea that they are not truly deserving. These internal doubts can be quite convincing. They cloud our judgment and create emotional resistance to accepting love or success fully. In many cases, it's not about the circumstances, but about ourselves, feeling unworthy or afraid that if we accept what we truly desire, it will come with unforeseen demands or responsibilities we're not ready for. Understanding the roots of these fears can be eye-opening. Often, they are tied to old stories we carry, stories like "I am not enough," "I will be abandoned if I succeed," or "love is conditional." Recognizing that these thoughts are merely stories, not facts, can begin to chip away at their power. It's helpful to notice when these doubts surface and gently question them. Are they based on present reality or just echoes of the past? Becoming aware is the first step toward opening the doorway to receive more freely. Trust begins to grow when we see fears as temporary visitors rather than permanent residents, and when we start to hold the belief that we can handle the good that comes our way without losing ourselves or feeling overwhelmed. Imagine going through your day feeling genuinely confident in your worth, trusting that you are deserving of love and success. Building self-trust is like planting seeds in a garden. Over time, these seeds grow into strong roots that anchor us even when storms come. To develop this trust, start by acknowledging the times you have succeeded or received love, no matter how small. Celebrating these moments helps reinforce the belief that you are capable of handling good things. Trust also involves learning to listen to your inner voice and honoring your feelings, instead of dismissing them or constantly doubting their validity. One practical way to strengthen self-trust is to set small, achievable goals that you can accomplish and then consciously acknowledge your success. For some, it might be simply speaking up in a meeting, reaching out to connect with someone, or practicing self-care. Each small step rebuilds confidence and proves that you can trust yourself to make decisions that serve your growth. As your trust in yourself increases, so does your capacity to accept love and success without fear or hesitation. This process often requires patience because genuine trust doesn't develop overnight, but through consistent actions and compassionate self-reflection. It is also essential to recognize that accepting love or success isn't about perfection. Instead, it's about embracing your human imperfections and giving yourself permission to be fully present in your achievements and feelings. When doubts do creep in, perhaps thinking you don't deserve the praise or fearing that abundance will bring loss, pause and remind yourself of your resilience. Develop a habit of speaking to yourself with kindness and reassurance. Over time, these gentle practices help rewrite internal narratives, replacing doubt with trust. Trusting yourself to handle good things becomes a foundational step in dismantling the paradox, allowing love and success to flow naturally, free from the shadows of old fears or doubts. One effective way to nurture this trust is to keep a journal where you record moments when you felt worthy, proud, or truly accepted. Revisiting these entries provides concrete proof that you are capable of experiencing positive feelings without losing control. Remember, the goal isn't perfection but progress. Each act of self-trust builds momentum toward welcoming the abundance you desire. Recognize that you are more capable than your fears suggest, and that trusting yourself is a skill that strengthens with consistent practice. Reflection: what feels too good to let in fully? Think back to a moment when something good happened. Maybe a relationship deepened, a job offer came through, or a financial opportunity arose. Did part of you hesitate, or maybe even dismiss the feeling of deserving it? Many people instinctively resist accepting abundance because they've internalized certain fears or beliefs that leave them feeling unworthy or unsure about truly embracing good things. These inner thoughts are often rooted in past experiences, childhood messages, or societal conditioning, which reinforce the idea that happiness, success, or wealth are somehow limited or reserved for others. For some, the fear comes from a sense of guilt, believing that if they accept too much, they might upset a delicate balance or be seen as selfish. Others fear that abundance is temporary or fleeting, making it easier to not fully welcome it in case it disappears. Deep down, many carry a silent belief that they must work endlessly or struggle to earn their good fortune, and so accepting abundance easily feels wrong or even dangerous. These beliefs create a psychological barrier that subtly sabotages opportunities for growth and happiness, keeping you stuck in self-imposed limitations. It's also common for people to associate prosperity with risk. Accepting abundance might feel like stepping into unknown territory where failure or loss could happen. The brain tends to cling to familiar patterns because they seem safer, even if those patterns are uncomfortable or unfulfilling. For example, a person might secretly believe that suddenly becoming wealthy would make them a target, or they might fear that they don't really deserve success because of past mistakes or perceived inadequacies. These fears act like a protective shield, but in reality, they block forward movement and keep genuine prosperity just beyond reach. Understanding these underlying fears and beliefs is the first step toward loosening their grip. It helps to recognize that these thoughts are often just stories we tell ourselves, stories that can be rewritten. When you identify what you're truly afraid of, you can start to gently question whether those fears are rooted in reality or simply old assumptions that no longer serve you. This awareness creates space for more honesty about what you believe about yourself and what feels safe to accept now. The more you understand these internal defenses, the easier it becomes to see them for what they are, mental blocks rather than absolute truths. Once you understand the fears that block your acceptance of abundance, the next step is to approach these beliefs with kindness and curiosity. Instead of trying to force yourself into feeling deserving or confident overnight, start with small, gentle shifts. For instance, when a negative thought arises, like "I don't deserve this," pause for a moment and ask yourself where that belief originated. Often, you'll find that it's connected to a previous experience or a message you received in childhood. Recognizing this connection makes it easier to see that the belief isn't a fixed fact, but rather a passing thought that can be challenged. One effective way to gently question these blocks is through affirmations rooted in self-compassion. Instead of saying, "I am worthy," which can sometimes feel distant or hard to believe, try using softer language like, "I am open to accepting good things into my life." Repeating these kinds of affirmations regularly creates a more welcoming mental environment for abundance. It's important to remember that changing deeply held beliefs takes time, and the goal isn't perfection but progress. Over time, these gentle questions and affirmations help to reframe your mindset, slowly dissolving the fear-based stories that keep you from fully embracing prosperity. Another useful approach is to visualize situations where you receive abundance with ease. Picture yourself opening a door to an unexpected gift or compliment, and allow yourself to feel the joy and gratitude without guilt or reservation. This exercise helps your subconscious associate abundance with positive emotions, breaking the cycle of resistance. Additionally, practice noticing small moments when abundance shows up, whether it's a kind word from a friend, a free cup of coffee, or a natural flow of opportunities, and acknowledge them openly. This awareness trains your mind to recognize abundance as a normal, accessible part of life rather than something rare or forbidden. Gently challenging your internal blocks also involves observing your self-talk and replacing critical, limiting thoughts with more supportive ones. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, "I don't have enough," try shifting it to, "I am capable of creating more abundance in my life." It's a subtle but powerful shift that reinforces the idea that abundance is not a finite resource, but something you can increase through your mindset and actions. Remember, patience and persistence are key. These small, consistent practices compound over time and gradually reshape your beliefs about what you truly deserve and are capable of accepting. To foster more trust in your ability to accept abundance, consider keeping a journal of moments when abundance flows into your life. Record not only the big events, but also the small signs like opportunities, compliments, or moments of unexpected peace. Reflecting on these instances reinforces the idea that abundance is already present around you, waiting for your acknowledgement. This practice helps you recognize that your fears often stem from a distorted perception, not reality. As you gently challenge the beliefs that conduct you to hold back, you start to build a deeper trust in your capacity to welcome prosperity and joy into your life without guilt or hesitation. Chapter 9. Triggers are teachers, if you listen closely. How emotional triggers reveal unresolved wounds. Think about the last time you suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of anger or sadness over something seemingly insignificant. Maybe someone criticized your work and you found yourself reacting defensively, even though logically, the comment shouldn't have triggered such a strong emotion. That reaction often acts as a window, revealing unresolved wounds buried deep within. These emotional triggers act like signals, guiding us to the parts of ourselves still healing or not fully accepted. They show us where we might be holding on to pain or past experiences that haven't been fully processed. When a trigger occurs, it's more than just a fleeting feeling. It's an invitation to examine what's underneath. Often, these reactions are disproportionate to the actual event because they are rooted in old pain or unmet needs. For example, feeling suddenly anxious when someone cancels plans might be tied to a fear of abandonment stemming from childhood experiences. Recognizing that these emotional responses are linked to unresolved past hurts allows us to identify the exact areas within us that need attention. Instead of dismissing these feelings as irrational or overblown, viewing them as messages can open the door to healing and self-awareness. In essence, triggers serve as a map, directing us to parts of ourselves where we still carry wounds or unfulfilled needs. They highlight recurring patterns, like feeling jealous, defensive, or anxious, and point to unresolved issues that influence our current behavior. This understanding transforms the way we perceive emotional reactions. Instead of reacting impulsively or feeling ashamed, we begin to see triggers as opportunities for growth. They reveal the places where healing is required, offering a chance to address issues that might otherwise remain hidden or ignored. Recognizing this can be empowering because it shifts the focus from blame or guilt into curiosity and compassion toward ourselves. Instead of quickening to respond defensively when triggered, learning to listen carefully to what these feelings are telling us can make a big difference. When a trigger arises, it often appears as a flood of uncomfortable emotions, anger, shame, fear, or frustration. Rather than immediately reacting, pause for a moment and observe what's happening inside. Ask yourself what that emotion reminds you of or what unmet need it might be signaling. For example, feeling sudden irritation during an argument may reflect underlying vulnerability or fear of rejection, even if it isn't immediately obvious. This shift from reacting to responding requires a new kind of awareness, one that values understanding over immediate action. By tuning into the physical sensations and emotions of a trigger, you can begin to uncover the childhood memories or past experiences that fuel these reactions. An example could be feeling intense jealousy when a partner spends time with someone else, which may mask an earlier feeling of inadequacy or abandonment. Recognizing that these feelings are connected to unresolved issues allows you to approach them with compassion rather than defensiveness. Listening to triggers also involves examining your thoughts during these moments. Are you jumping to conclusions? Are you catastrophizing? When you become aware of your mental patterns, you create space for choice. Instead of saying things you'll regret or acting impulsively, you can choose to pause, reflect, and even express your feelings in a calmer way. This process turns a reactive moment into an opportunity for insight and connection, not just with others, but with your deeper self. Over time, this practice fosters emotional resilience and a more compassionate inner dialogue, helping you heal old wounds and develop healthier patterns. The brain's threat system and why small things feel big. Imagine telling yourself there's nothing to worry about, yet your body reacts as if you're in danger. Maybe you're in a quiet room, but your chest tightens, palms sweat, and your mind races with worst-case scenarios. This kind of experience is more common than many realize. Our brains are wired to respond strongly to perceived threats, often even when there's no real danger present. This exaggerated response is partly because our nervous system is designed to prioritize survival above all else, making sure we react swiftly when confronted with actual threats. Unfortunately, this system can get triggered by things that aren't truly harmful, causing overreactions that seem disproportionate to the situation. At the heart of this overreaction lies the brain's threat detection system. The amygdala, a small almond-shaped part of our brain, acts as a kind of alarm bell. When it perceives a threat, even a tiny, insignificant one, it sounds the alarm, sending signals throughout the nervous system to prepare for fight, flight, or freeze. In many cases, the amygdala doesn't differentiate between real danger and a perceived threat based on past experiences, fears, or anxieties. This means that even small, everyday stresses, like a minor mistake at work, a perceived social slight, or a sudden sound, can activate this system. The body responds physically with increased heart rate, rapid breathing, or muscle tension, even if the actual danger isn't present. This overactive threat system creates a sense that things are bigger than they really are, leading to reactions that can feel overwhelming or confusing. For example, a person might feel anxiety over sending a single email, worried it might offend someone or lead to conflict. Their heart pounds, hands tremble, and their mind fixates on all the possible negative outcomes. Yet, in reality, the situation may be quite benign. This disconnect between perception and reality is rooted in the brain's automatic response to perceived threats. Our nervous system often treats minor stresses like major dangers because it evolved in an environment where quick reactions could mean the difference between life and death. Today, however, these reactions can persist even in safe situations, causing unnecessary suffering. Recognizing that the nervous system can misfire in this way helps us understand why small things sometimes feel so overwhelming, even when there's little actual threat. Once we realize that our overreactions originate from a protective, but sometimes overzealous, part of our brain, it becomes easier to approach these moments with kindness instead of self-criticism. Instead of punishing ourselves for feeling anxious or upset over minor issues, we can see these responses as signals from our body's survival mechanism that might be out of sync with the present moment. This perspective encourages a gentle stance, recognizing that the brain is simply doing its job, even if it overreacts occasionally. When we understand that the nervous system is wired to alert us to perceived danger, we learn to treat ourselves with patience rather than frustration. This understanding also opens the door to healthier ways of managing these reactions, since fighting against the discomfort often intensifies it. Practically speaking, developing compassion towards our overreactions involves changing our internal dialogue. Instead of thinking, "Why am I so anxious about this?" we can say, "My brain is trying to protect me, even if the threat isn't real." From there, engaging in calming practices such as deep breathing, grounding exercises, or mindfulness can help deactivate the threat system. Recognizing that small things feel big because of an overactive threat system allows us to step back and reassess the actual level of danger, often realizing that our reactions are excessive given the situation. As we do this more regularly, it becomes possible to notice the early signs of activation, like racing thoughts or muscle tension, and intervene with kindness and awareness, instead of allowing the reaction to spiral out of control. In essence, understanding the brain's threat response as a protective, yet sometimes misfiring, system helps us develop a more measured and compassionate approach to our emotional lives. Instead of fighting our feelings or thinking we're weak for having them, we begin to see them as natural responses that can be managed with awareness. With practice, we can teach our nervous system to recognize false alarms and respond more calmly, reducing the intensity of those overwhelming feelings. This shift is not about suppressing emotions, but about learning to observe them without being carried away by them. Over time, this nurtures resilience and helps make small frustrations or fears feel less like threats that paralyze us and more like signals we can gently address. One practical step to cultivate this mindset is to keep a journal of moments when you felt overwhelmed by seemingly small issues. Write down what triggered the reaction, how intense it felt, and how you responded. Over time, you will notice patterns that reveal your brain's tendency to overreact. Recognizing these patterns allows you to create personalized strategies, like breathing exercises, grounding, or simply reminding yourself that this is just my alarm system firing and doesn't reflect actual danger. This process builds awareness and gradually retrains your nervous system to respond more proportionally, leading to fewer instances where small things feel like big emergencies. As you develop this understanding, your emotional landscape becomes clearer, making the daily challenges feel more manageable and less intimidating. Instead of reacting decoding, imagine a moment when someone snaps at you unexpectedly, and your initial reaction is to feel hurt or defensive. In that instant, it's easy to jump into automatic reactions, responding defensively, withdrawing, or retaliating without really understanding why you feel that way. Pausing in these moments doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. Rather, it's about giving yourself the space to check in with what's truly happening inside. When you learn to take a breath and create a brief pause, you open a window of opportunity to observe your thoughts and emotions without immediate judgment. This habit allows you to step back from knee-jerk reactions and begin to understand the underlying causes of your response, which are often rooted in past experiences, fears, or unmet needs. Over time, this practice helps you develop a clearer picture of your emotional landscape, making it easier to choose responses that are more aligned with your values and well-being. This moment of reflection isn't just about managing reactions. It's also a gateway to understanding yourself better. Often, our first instinct in challenging situations is driven by subconscious patterns or unresolved issues. By intentionally pausing, you allow these reactions to surface rather than being buried under the rush of emotion. For example, if someone criticizes your work and you feel your defensiveness rising, taking a moment to breathe and reflect might reveal a deeper fear of inadequacy or fear of failure. Recognizing this allows you to address the real concern instead of reacting out of self-protection or shame. This skill of mindful pause can be cultivated through simple practices, such as taking a deep breath before responding or silently counting to 5. Each pause serves as a small but powerful step toward understanding the roots of your feelings and gaining control over automatic responses. Developing this habit involves patience and self-compassion. It's natural to want to react quickly. After all, that's how our brains are wired for survival. But with consistent effort, pausing can become a natural reflex, eventually transforming how you experience difficult moments. When you face a trigger, remind yourself that slowing down the response isn't a sign of weakness. It's a way to gather clarity. You might ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Why might I be reacting this way? Validating your emotions without judgment creates space for honest insight. Over time, this approach will help you respond more thoughtfully, which can improve relationships, reduce stress, and foster emotional growth. Remember, understanding what's really happening inside in those moments is the first step toward genuine change and healing. Our emotional responses often carry messages about what we need or value, but can become confusing or overwhelming if we don't take time to decode them. When we react impulsively, whether with anger, sadness, or anxiety, we may overlook the true message beneath the surface. Decoding these responses involves asking questions like, what triggered this emotion? Or what does this feeling tell me about my needs right now? Doing this helps turn a knee-jerk reaction into a doorway for self-awareness. For instance, feeling sudden anger when someone cancels plans might be rooted in fear of abandonment rather than the inconvenience of the change itself. By examining such reactions, you uncover patterns that might have been hidden or dismissed. This understanding creates an opportunity for growth, healing old wounds, and developing healthier ways to cope with similar situations in the future. Decoding emotional responses isn't always straightforward, especially when feelings are intense or unfamiliar. It requires patience, curiosity, and a willingness to sit with discomfort. You can start by journaling your reactions, writing down what you felt, what you thought at the time, and what was happening around you. Over time, you'll notice patterns emerge, like certain triggers consistently evoking similar feelings. Recognizing these patterns allows you to develop strategies that address the root causes rather than just the surface reactions. For example, if you notice that criticism often triggers shame, you can work on reframing your self-perception or setting healthier boundaries. This process transforms emotional responses from being mere reactions into meaningful insights, opening pathways for healing and deeper self-understanding. As you get more skilled at decoding your feelings, you also improve your ability to communicate them effectively. Instead of reacting impulsively, you can express your needs with clarity and calmness. It's like learning a new language. Once you understand the grammar and vocabulary of your emotions, you can share your experience more authentically. This not only enhances personal growth, but also fosters better relationships, as others can sense your honesty and vulnerability. Keep in mind, decoding emotions is an ongoing journey, not a one-time event. Each moment of honest reflection builds your capacity to handle future challenges with resilience and compassion. Over time, this mindful practice creates a foundation of emotional wisdom that benefits every area of life. Practicing decoding can start with simple steps, such as pausing before reacting, asking yourself what you're truly feeling, and exploring the reasons behind that feeling. As you become more proficient, you'll notice a shift from being controlled by reactions to understanding and choosing your responses. This, in turn, fosters greater self-trust and emotional stability. Remember, your emotions are messengers, not enemies. By learning to decode what they're communicating, you gain not just insight into yourself, but also tools for healing wounds that might have been buried for years. Ultimately, this approach empowers you to lead your emotional life consciously, creating a sense of inner peace and authenticity that enriches every moment. Reflection. What part of me is trying to protect me right now? Imagine you're in a conversation, and suddenly an innocent comment from someone feels like a personal attack. Instantly, you find yourself shutting down or lashing out, even if that's not your true desire. That quick reactive response often masks a deeper vulnerability, a part of you that feels threatened, unheard, or misunderstood. These defensive reactions don't happen randomly. They serve as signals pointing to a part of you that might be afraid or insecure. Recognizing this part isn't about criticizing yourself for reacting, but about seeing where it stems from. It requires turning inward and gently asking, what inside me feels unsafe right now? Sometimes this vulnerable part might be a young, frightened child hiding behind your current behavior. Other times, it's a past experience's echo, still whispering that you need to protect yourself. By tuning into these feelings, you begin to see that your reactions are attempts to shield that vulnerable core, even if they don't seem logical from the outside. It's like a barrier built from fear or pain that's eager to keep you safe, but often, it ends up restricting your growth or creating unnecessary conflicts. Beginning this process involves slowing down your usual reactions and observing your own response without judgment. Ask yourself simple, honest questions. What am I really feeling? What am I worried will happen if I let my guard down? Often it's fear of rejection, embarrassment, or abandonment that fuels these defenses. Recognizing these core fears helps you see that the reaction isn't about the current situation, but about protecting parts of yourself that felt unsafe long ago. For example, if you instinctively become defensive when criticized, it might be because a young part inside fears being abandoned or dismissed. Gently acknowledging this part's presence creates space for compassion to grow. It's essential to remember that these reactions are not signs of weakness, but rather emotional signals that point to unresolved wounds. The more you identify and understand the vulnerable part behind your defensiveness, the better equipped you are to respond with awareness rather than automatic reaction. Once you've identified the protective part, be it a scared child, a frustrated teenager, or a wounded inner voice, the next step is to treat it with kindness. Instead of condemning your reactions or feeling ashamed of them, gently acknowledge the pain or fear that fuels them. Think of this as holding hands with that vulnerable part, reassuring it that you see it and understand its fears. For example, you might internally say, I know you're scared of being hurt, or it makes sense that you're trying to protect me right now. This act of compassion is not about coddling or enabling old patterns, but about validating your emotional experience. By doing so, you create space for that vulnerable part to relax, which often results in a calmer response from your current self. When the defensive reaction softens, it opens a channel for new responses rooted in understanding rather than fear. Through consistent practice, this compassionate stance gradually rewires emotional patterns, making it easier to handle challenging situations with patience and kindness. Over time, you will notice your reactions becoming more measured, less automatic, and infused with empathy. This shift doesn't happen overnight, but begins when you sincerely meet your inner child or wounded self with kindness instead of criticism. This practice can feel unfamiliar at first, especially if you're used to being hard on yourself for reacting defensively. Start small by noticing when you feel defensive, and then deliberately choose to send yourself a compassionate thought or word. Over time, these small moments build resilience and emotional strength. Remember, your vulnerable parts are not your enemies. They're parts of you that merely want safety and connection. Extending kindness towards these parts enhances your self-awareness and deepens your capacity for genuine self-acceptance. As you begin to see yourself through a lens of compassion, your responses to others also become softer and more understanding, creating a ripple effect that can transform interactions and relationships. When you nurture your inner vulnerable parts, you support healing from wounds that may have been with you for years, gradually turning defensive reactions into moments of connection and growth. Chapter 10: Empathy, Boundaries, and Being Too Much. The struggle of sensitive people in a loud world. Imagine walking into a busy cafe. The chatter of voices, the clang of dishes, the hum of activity. All at once, it can feel like too much. For highly sensitive people, this kind of environment isn't just loud. It can be emotionally draining. Their minds are wired to pick up on subtle stimuli that others might miss, which makes sensory input feel magnified. This heightened awareness often leads to feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or exhausted even after a short while. They might find themselves retreating from social gatherings, not because they dislike people, but because their nervous system simply cannot handle the constant barrage of stimuli. This fatigue isn't a sign of weakness. It's a natural response to their sensitivity, which can sometimes make everyday life feel like a relentless challenge. Understanding the roots of this sensitivity can shed some light on why noise and chaos feel so oppressive. At its core, high sensitivity is often linked to the way the brain processes information. Sensitive individuals tend to have a more responsive nervous system, which means they react more strongly to external stimuli. They have a finely tuned filter that constantly scans for potential threats or disturbances, even when nothing is outwardly wrong. This evolutionary trait served to keep ancient humans alert to dangers, but in modern settings, it can lead to feeling overstimulated amid the everyday hustle. Many highly sensitive people also tend to have a deeper emotional capacity, which amplifies their reactions to environmental noise or chaos. Their heightened awareness extends beyond physical stimuli to emotional cues, making loud environments emotionally taxing as well. For these individuals, the combination of constant sensory input and emotional labor can lead to burnout. It's not uncommon for sensitive people to feel as if they are carrying a heavy weight because they absorb the energy of their surroundings so deeply. They may experience mood swings, irritability, or a sense of being overwhelmed even when there's no obvious reason. Recognizing this pattern is essential because it validates their experience and helps them see that their reactions are not signs of weakness, but natural responses rooted in their biology. By understanding this, sensitive individuals can start to implement strategies that protect their mental health. Creating quiet spaces, practicing mindfulness, and setting boundaries around their involvement in noisy environments can all tremendously reduce their sense of being overwhelmed. Being true to oneself often begins with acknowledging and respecting one's own needs. Highly sensitive individuals, in particular, thrive when their boundaries are respected and their need for calm is prioritized. This might mean politely declining invitations to crowded parties or spending time alone when the world feels too loud. It's about recognizing that their well-being depends on taking small but consistent steps to protect their energy. Sometimes they might feel guilty about saying no, fearing disapproval or missing out. Yet, honoring their own limits strengthens their resilience and leads to more genuine interactions when they do connect. Authentic relationships flourish when individuals don't have to constantly suppress their true nature or pretend to be someone they're not. Practicing self-care for sensitive people isn't just about relaxing. It's about creating a life where their natural responses are respected and nurtured. This can include setting aside quiet time, engaging in calming activities like meditation or gentle walks, and choosing environments that support positive energy. It also involves understanding that their sensitivity is a gift, not a flaw, and that caring for themselves is a way of affirming their worth. When they honor their boundaries, they often find that relationships become deeper and more meaningful because they are more authentic. Sharing their needs with friends, family, or partners fosters understanding and allows others to see their vulnerability and strength. In the end, self-care for sensitive individuals is a form of self-respect, which radiates outward and encourages others to respect their boundaries as well. Remember, it's okay to seek environments that feel safe and nurturing. Sometimes, this might mean creating personal routines that include moments of silence or solitude. It could also involve choosing activities and social settings that align with one's energy levels. By consciously prioritizing their well-being, sensitive people build a foundation of trust within themselves. This internal trust then becomes a guiding light, helping them distinguish what they need versus what they can endure. Learning to listen closely to their inner voice is a powerful step toward living an authentic life that honors their unique makeup and emotional depth. One practical tip for embracing sensitivity is to keep a reflective journal. Writing about daily experiences and feelings can help clarify what environments or interactions drain or uplift their energy. Over time, they'll notice patterns and can make mindful choices based on those insights. This process also fosters self-compassion, reminding them that their reactions, while sometimes inconvenient, are valid and deserving of respect. Why overgiving is often a disguised need. Have you ever found yourself constantly saying yes to help others, even when your own energy is running out? Many people do this without realizing that their relentless giving is sometimes driven by deeper feelings they haven't fully acknowledged. Overgiving can feel like a way to fill an emotional void, to earn approval, or to suppress feelings of inadequacy. When we go beyond our limits, it often masks unresolved needs for love, acceptance, or safety that we haven't consciously addressed. For example, someone might spend extra hours at work, volunteer excessively, or put others before themselves because beneath that effort lies a craving to be appreciated or to feel worthy. This behavior stems from a desire to feel valued and safe. When core needs are unmet, especially during childhood or past experiences, adults tend to seek external validation or strive tirelessly to be seen and cared for. Sometimes this might look like overextending emotionally or physically, but underneath, there's an unspoken belief. If I give enough, I will finally be enough, or I will be loved. In many cases, individuals who overgive haven't yet learned how to meet these essential needs in healthy ways. They might fear that if they stop giving, they will be ignored, rejected, or left feeling empty. Recognizing this connection between overdoing and unmet needs can be a breakthrough, opening the door to understanding personal motivations and vulnerabilities. When we really start to observe ourselves, we notice patterns. Perhaps we notice that we tend to push ourselves harder when we're feeling lonely, insecure, or uncertain about our worth. Or maybe we overhelp because we're seeking control or a sense of purpose that feels elusive elsewhere. For instance, imagine someone who constantly volunteers at community events, even when their own mental health or family life is suffering. Their actions may give the illusion of being generous, but at their core, they may be craving a sense of significance or connection that they're not feeling in other parts of their lives. Once we acknowledge these hidden motives, it becomes clear that overgiving is often an attempt to soothe or validate an underlying, unmet emotional need. Understanding that overgiving frequently masks unmet needs empowers us to start making changes. Instead of continually pouring energy into others, we can learn to pause and reflect on what we truly need to feel secure and appreciated. Developing this awareness is the first step towards setting more realistic boundaries. When you notice yourself wanting to say yes, when deep down you feel hesitant or exhausted, pause to ask why. Are you trying to prove your worth? Do you fear rejection? Recognizing these triggers allows us to respond with kindness toward ourselves rather than acting out of compulsion or guilt. Setting boundaries is not about selfishness, but about honoring your well-being. It might involve communicating honestly with others about what you can and cannot do, or carving out time for self-care and reflection. For instance, instead of volunteering for every project, pick a few that resonate and genuinely energize you. This way, you preserve your vitality while still contributing meaningfully. Nurturing ourselves also involves tending to our emotional needs, such as seeking validation from within, practicing self-compassion, or accepting that it's okay to ask for support. When we meet our needs directly and compassionately, our desire to overgive diminishes because we're no longer relying on external validation as a substitute for internal acceptance. An effective way to start this process is by regularly checking in with yourself. Ask, what do I need right now? Or am I doing this because I genuinely want to, or because I hope it will fill an emptiness? Keeping a journal or talking with a trusted friend can help clarify these feelings. Through consistent self-awareness, you gradually learn to differentiate between healthy giving and overextending out of necessity. Remember, learning to meet your needs in healthy ways is a journey. Patience and gentle self-compassion are key. Over time, this becomes a foundation for stronger boundaries and a more balanced approach to relationships and life. Boundaries as self-respect, not rejection. Many people have experienced that moment when they feel drained after spending time with someone, or when they agree to too many commitments and end up overwhelmed. It's easy to mistake helpfulness or kindness for weakness, but establishing boundaries is actually an act of self-respect. Setting clear limits signals to ourselves and others that our time, energy, and emotional well-being matter. It's not about rejecting others. It's about valuing ourselves enough to protect what sustains us. When we uphold boundaries, we deepen our understanding of our own needs, making it easier to recognize what we can and cannot take on. This process often involves examining underlying beliefs about worth. Many of us grow up thinking we need to be constantly available or accommodating to be liked, which can foster unhealthy overextendings. Recognizing that saying no does not mean rejection, but rather respect for our personal limits, is a vital step. Holding boundaries can be uncomfortable at first, especially if we're used to pleasing others or avoiding conflict, but over time, it reaffirms our sense of self and cultivates resilience. Essentially, boundaries serve as a shield that filters what comes in and what goes out, allowing us to conserve energy for the things that truly matter and creating space for emotional clarity and peace. They also act as a foundation for healthier interactions. When we communicate what is acceptable and what is not, others learn to respect us for who we are, not just for what we're willing to tolerate. This clarity can prevent feelings of resentment or being taken for granted, which often arise when we let others overstep unspoken rules. For example, if a friend constantly vents about their problems but dismisses your feelings, setting a boundary, such as saying, "I'm here for you, but I also need support," can maintain the relationship without sacrificing your well-being. Establishing boundaries is also an acknowledgement of our limits. It's a calming, empowering message that we deserve kindness and patience. Over time, they help us develop confidence in asserting ourselves and make it easier to gauge whether interactions are healthy or draining. Boundaries aren't about building walls, but about creating a secure environment where we can thrive emotionally and physically. Ultimately, they affirm that our well-being is valuable, and respecting ourselves encourages others to do the same. Imagine a relationship where both partners, friends, or colleagues feel free to be authentic without fear of judgment or overreach. That's the space boundaries help create. When we set limits, we make room for authenticity and deep connection because neither party feels obliged to pretend or suppress their true selves. Real relationships are built on honesty and mutual respect, and boundaries help establish a safe foundation for that honesty. For instance, if someone consistently pushes your personal comfort zone, communicating your boundaries allows the relationship to evolve in a healthier direction. It signals that your needs matter and encourages the other person to consider your feelings, fostering trust. Boundaries also prevent dependency or unhealthy attachment, where one person might take too much without giving back. By clearly stating what is acceptable, both people can participate in a relationship where kindness flows freely and misunderstandings are minimized. This creates an environment where both individuals feel seen and appreciated for their genuine selves. Relationships flourish when boundaries operate behind the scenes, like steady guardrails, guiding interaction without restricting freedom but ensuring mutual respect and care. This process might include small gestures like politely declining too frequent requests, sharing personal limits around time or energy, or openly expressing your emotional needs. When boundaries are understood, they can turn into a structure that promotes connection rather than conflict. People who respect these limits tend to establish a sense of trust because they see that you value yourself enough to be honest. This honesty invites others to be truthful in return, creating a cycle of authenticity. It also opens the door for more meaningful interactions, where shared values and boundaries align rather than clash. For example, setting a boundary around not answering work messages after hours allows relationships with family and friends to deepen without the interference of work stress. This space for genuine connection is crucial for long-term happiness because it ensures relationships are based on mutual respect and understanding. When boundaries are in place, interactions become less transactional and more rooted in emotional safety and real caring. Remember, boundaries aren't just rules, they're expressions of love and respect, both for ourselves and others. They make relationships not only more authentic, but also more sustainable. When we honor our limits and communicate them with kindness, we invite others to do the same. This creates a supportive environment where both parties feel valued and understood, leading to closer, more resilient bonds. Practicing this may require patience and self-awareness, but the benefits are connections based on genuine care rather than unspoken expectations or obligations. Recognizing that setting boundaries is a gift we give ourselves and those around us helps keep relationships grounded in kindness and mutual respect. The key is to see boundaries as a way to cultivate trust and emotional safety, turning ordinary interactions into meaningful, enduring connections. A useful tip for nurturing this process is to regularly check in with yourself about your feelings and needs. When you notice discomfort or fatigue, consider whether a boundary has been crossed and gently address it. By doing this proactively, you prevent resentments and maintain healthy dynamics. Over time, this builds the foundation for relationships rooted in honest communication and genuine care. Remember, establishing boundaries is a journey, not a one-time event. It's about consistently showing up for yourself and encouraging others to do the same. This ongoing practice nurtures relationships where everyone feels safe to be authentic and loved. Reflection. Where do I shrink to stay liked or needed? Think about a recent situation where you adjusted your behavior or opinions simply to fit in or be liked. Maybe you said yes when you wanted to say no, or you hid parts of yourself because you believed they wouldn't be accepted. Many of us develop these habits early on, often without even realizing it. We learn that certain reactions or ways of being get us positive attention, and over time, that becomes our default. It's like living behind a mask that we put on to earn approval, but deep down, it can breed feelings of disconnect from our true selves. This pattern has roots in the human need to belong. When we're young, acceptance feels safe and essential for our sense of worth. If we receive praise or avoid criticism by changing our behavior, those habits stick. The problem is that these compromises often lead to a loss of personal authenticity. You might find yourself acting in ways that don't truly align with your values, simply to avoid rejection. Recognizing these moments is the first step toward understanding where you tend to shrink or hide parts of yourself to stay liked or needed. Reflecting on your interactions can reveal specific triggers. Do you tend to dial down your opinions around certain people? Are there situations where you suppress your passions or interests? By paying attention to your reactions, you can uncover patterns. For example, maybe you always agree with your boss even when your gut says otherwise, or you hide your creative side because you fear it's not valued. The more aware you become of these tendencies, the better positioned you are to question whether those compromises serve your well-being or simply sustain a false sense of acceptance. Once you begin recognizing where you shrink to earn approval, you also open the door to a healthier mindset, one that prioritizes your own needs and boundaries. Setting boundaries is about clearly defining what feels right for you and communicating those limits to others. It's not about pushing people away, but rather honoring your feelings and protecting your energy. When you embrace your boundaries, you create space for genuine relationships based on mutual understanding instead of superficial acceptance. Imagine the relief of being able to say no without feeling guilty or fearing rejection. Boundaries empower you to show up authentically, making choices that reflect your true personality and values. Over time, this practice can significantly increase your sense of self-worth and reduce stress. It's like turning on a light in a dark room. You see yourself more clearly and make decisions based on what feels right, not what's expected. This shift improves your emotional health because you're no longer living in a state of constantly trying to please others at the expense of your own happiness. Embracing boundaries is not always easy. It might cause discomfort or resistance, especially if you're used to prioritizing others' approval. Still, by consistently practicing small acts of self-assertion, such as expressing your true opinions or declining requests that drain you, you begin to rewire your responses. Over time, you'll notice a difference in your relationships. They often become more honest and respectful because they're based on who you genuinely are rather than a version of yourself that tries to fit in. This authenticity leads to deeper, more meaningful connections where you feel valued for who you truly are. One practical way to start is by identifying specific situations where you tend to shrink or diminish yourself. Then, practice articulating your needs or limits in those moments, even if it feels uncomfortable at first. Remember, setting boundaries is an act of self-respect. It helps you reclaim parts of yourself that may have been lost or suppressed along the way. Over time, embracing your boundaries becomes second nature, allowing you to live more authentically and cultivate relationships that genuinely nourish your well-being. Chapter 11. The Healing Power of Self-Awareness. Awareness as the first and ongoing step. Imagine waking up one day and realizing that a recurring feeling or reaction has been quietly shaping your life. Maybe it's a sudden frustration during interactions or a persistent feeling of not being good enough. That moment of recognition, that pulse of awareness, is often the first step toward meaningful change. When you understand what's happening inside, you start to see the patterns that influence your choices, reactions, and emotions. Self-awareness isn't just about knowing your surface-level traits. It's about peeling back the layers to see what truly motivates you, what fears you harbor, and what deep-seated beliefs you carry. This process acts like a mirror, reflecting not just who you are, but revealing the areas where growth is possible. As you develop this understanding, actions that once felt automatic begin to shift, giving you the power to steer your life more intentionally. Accepting yourself honestly, with all your strengths and flaws, creates a foundation for authentic change that sticks. Sometimes this awareness sparks an emotional response, such as surprise, discomfort, or even relief. It's natural to feel overwhelmed when confronting parts of ourselves we'd rather hide. But these moments open up opportunities to challenge long-standing narratives, question automatic reactions, and gain a clearer perspective. When we notice our behaviors without judgment, simply observing them, we create space to choose differently. For example, a person who keeps reacting defensively to criticism might discover that underlying insecurities are fueling this behavior. Recognizing this gives them the chance to address the root issue directly, rather than just reacting habitually. Self-awareness isn't a one-time discovery, but a continuous journey of observing, understanding, and evolving. By consistently tuning into our thoughts and feelings, we build a clearer map of who we are, which becomes the springboard for genuine transformation. It's important to remember that gaining insight into ourselves is not about perfection or fixing every flaw overnight. Instead, it's an ongoing process that invites curiosity and patience. Taking the time to reflect on your reactions, ask yourself why you feel a certain way, and consider how your past influences your present can gradually deepen your understanding. This kind of honesty helps you become more compassionate toward yourself, especially during moments of vulnerability. The more you become aware of your internal landscape, the better equipped you are to create habits aligned with your true values. Every small recognition, like noticing when you're feeling overwhelmed or recognizing a pattern of self-doubt, adds to a growing awareness that guides your choices. This process reveals that genuine change begins with understanding, and understanding begins with self-awareness. Keep in mind, every moment of awareness is an opportunity to learn more about who you truly are and what you need to grow. Self-awareness is not a skill you master once and then set aside. It's a lifelong practice that flourishes when approached with curiosity and kindness. When you treat yourself with the same patience and understanding you'd offer a close friend, it becomes easier to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling anxious or sad, you can ask what these feelings are trying to tell you. This gentle curiosity allows you to uncover underlying needs or fears that may be driving your behavior, providing clues about what truly matters to you. Over time, this ongoing curiosity transforms into a habit, helping you stay connected to your inner world even during challenging moments. It's about being inquisitive rather than aggressive, discovering through gentle questioning rather than harsh self-criticism. As you develop this mindset, self-awareness becomes less about fixing and more about understanding, fostering a deeper compassion for your journey and progress. Practicing self-awareness with kindness also means accepting that growth has its ups and downs. Some days will be easier, with moments of clarity and discovery, while others may bring confusion or frustration. Recognizing this fluctuation helps build resilience and patience, turning setbacks into opportunities to learn rather than reasons to judge yourself. Developing a habit of regular check-ins, whether through journaling, mindfulness, or quiet reflection, can make this ongoing process accessible and meaningful. For example, setting aside a few minutes each day to ask yourself how you're feeling, what you're thinking, and what you might need can reinforce your understanding over time. These small acts of curiosity and kindness gradually create a container for authentic self-awareness to flourish, making it a natural part of your daily life. Remember, the goal isn't perfection but genuine connection with your inner world, cultivating a kind, curious attitude that fuels your ability to grow and adapt. Incorporating this approach into everyday life can lead to profound shifts. When you start noticing your reactions without immediately trying to change them, you deepen your awareness of what really drives you. This process can illuminate choices that are aligned or misaligned with your values, allowing you to consciously recalibrate your actions. For instance, if you notice yourself slipping into a pattern of procrastination, instead of criticizing yourself, you can gently explore the reasons, perhaps fear of failure or perfectionism. By understanding these underlying causes, you gain insight into how to address them compassionately. Cultivating curiosity paired with kindness becomes a toolshed for self-discovery, empowering you to navigate life's challenges with greater clarity and resilience. The more you practice, the more innate this awareness becomes, a natural rhythm guiding your growth, patience, and self-compassion. The key takeaway is that developing awareness is a gentle exploration rather than a harsh inspection. Small, consistent efforts, like pausing to reflect or asking yourself simple questions, compound over time, enriching your understanding and compassion toward yourself. Remember that every moment you choose curiosity and kindness, you reinforce a foundation for genuine change that lasts. So, next time you notice a strong emotion or reaction, treat it as a signpost pointing inward. Use it as an invitation to learn more about yourself, knowing that each discovery is a step toward a more authentic, self-loving life. Keep in mind, awareness is a skill that deepens with intention and patience, gradually building a richer relationship with your inner world, one moment at a time. Seeing your triggers, patterns, and stories without judgment. Imagine sitting quietly with a fleeting thought or emotion that suddenly arises. Perhaps frustration after a rough day, or an old memory that stirs up feelings of sadness. If instead of reacting or judging yourself for feeling that way, you simply notice it without labeling it as bad or wrong, you begin a process of gentle observation. This kind of awareness is about seeing your inner experiences clearly, without the urge to change, deny, or criticize them. It's similar to watching clouds drift across the sky. You recognize their presence without getting caught up in their shapes or trying to control where they go. Learning to hold this space of acceptance helps you become more familiar with what happens inside, allowing emotions and thoughts to come and go with less resistance. Over time, cultivating this non-judgmental attitude makes it possible to step back from knee-jerk reactions and develop a kind of inner kindness that supports healing. This process is rooted in understanding that all human experiences, whether pleasant or painful, are natural parts of being alive. Recognizing that thoughts are fleeting manifestations of your mind, and that emotions are messengers providing insight into your needs, helps you see yourself more compassionately. When you observe without judgment, you stop fighting with what is happening internally. Instead, you create a safe space where you can acknowledge difficult feelings without adding layers of guilt or shame. This approach reminds us that we are not our thoughts or feelings, but the conscious awareness behind them, capable of holding everything with tenderness. Such mindful observation begins to dissolve the struggle that often accompanies emotional pain, making space for acceptance and understanding to naturally grow. As you start noticing your triggers and stories without rushing to fix or suppress them, you begin to see the patterns that shape your reactions over time. Often, we are unaware of the recurring themes that influence how we respond to certain situations, be it a reaction to criticism, feelings of inadequacy, or fear of abandonment. When you approach these patterns with curiosity rather than judgment, you create a kind of mental and emotional distance that allows you to observe them more objectively. This clarity acts like a mirror, revealing not only your triggers, but also the underlying beliefs and stories you tell yourself about who you are and what you deserve. Recognizing these narratives from a place of compassion helps you understand their origins, often traced back to past experiences or learned behaviors. This awareness begins to loosen their grip on your present life, opening doors for genuine healing and transformation. Living with this kind of openness enables you to catch yourself before reacting impulsively. For example, if you notice a familiar surge of anger when a coworker dismisses your ideas, instead of reacting defensively, you might observe that feeling with curiosity. You might begin to see a story like, "I am not valued," underpinning your emotional response. By recognizing this story, you empower yourself to question its validity and consider healthier responses. Over time, this practice helps reframe the stories that limit us, fostering resilience and acceptance. It becomes less about changing who you are and more about understanding the roots of your behavior and giving yourself permission to be vulnerable and imperfect. In turn, this creates a fertile ground for growth as you move toward a more authentic and compassionate relationship with yourself. One practical way to cultivate this clarity is by setting aside a few moments each day for deliberate observation. It could be as simple as pausing during a busy moment and asking yourself, "What am I feeling right now? What story am I telling myself?" Writing down these reflections can deepen your understanding over time. As this becomes a regular habit, the stories and triggers that once seemed overwhelming start to lose their power. Instead, you develop a clearer awareness, which acts as a bridge to healing and ongoing personal development. Recognizing that your inner world is a dance of transient experiences, each hosting the potential for insight, allows you to meet yourself with honesty and compassion, an essential step toward genuine peace. How self-awareness becomes emotional freedom. Think about a moment when you found yourself reacting sharply to someone else's comment, only to later realize it stemmed from your own unresolved feelings or insecurities. That instant emotional surge often feels automatic, almost outside of your control. What if, instead of reacting impulsively, you could pause and recognize what's happening inside of you? Becoming aware of your inner landscape, the thoughts, emotions, memories, and beliefs simmering beneath your conscious mind, allows you to see these reactions with clarity rather than being swept away by them. When you understand what triggers your responses, you gain a sense of space between stimulus and reaction, which is essential for making deliberate choices rather than simply behaving on impulse. This inner landscape isn't just random. It's shaped over years by experiences, habits, and ingrained patterns. Many of us have habitual reactions, like getting annoyed easily, feeling anxious in social settings, or shutting down when overwhelmed. These patterns often operate below our awareness, so we act them out without realizing why or how. When we become more acquainted with our internal world, we start noticing these tendencies early. For example, you might recognize feelings of frustration arising from a fear of failure, or notice your mind jumping to worst-case scenarios during tension. This awareness acts like a map, highlighting the terrain we usually navigate unconsciously. With that map, we can identify the specific triggers and conditioned responses, reducing the automatic reactivity that often escalates conflicts or stress. By cultivating this understanding, you develop a form of emotional regulation that empowers you to choose your responses. Instead of reacting habitually, say, snapping at a loved one when stressed, you can pause and reflect, understanding that your outburst is rooted in deeper feelings. This pause creates a space where you can respond thoughtfully rather than impulsively, which often leads to more positive outcomes for relationships and personal peace. Building this inner awareness is a skill, much like learning to navigate a new city. The more familiar you become with your inner map, the easier it is to find your way and stay centered amid chaos or discomfort. Imagine waking up one day and suddenly noticing how often you judge yourself when things go wrong. Those judgments became so automatic that they felt like facts rather than opinions shaped by past experiences. When you start to see these patterns clearly, when you recognize the voice of self-criticism or feelings of unworthiness, you realize they aren't just parts of you, but conditioned patterns born from long-held beliefs. Insight is the key to breaking free from these limiting scripts. It's the moment when you see your thoughts and reactions for what they truly are, conditioned responses, not absolute truths. Having this perspective allows you to question their validity and challenge their hold on your behavior. Sometimes these beliefs are so deeply ingrained that they seem like facts. I'm not good enough. I can't change, or people won't accept me. But insight reveals these as stories installed early in life, often as coping mechanisms or protective strategies that no longer serve your growth. For instance, a person who believes they must be perfect to be loved might overwork themselves or avoid new challenges. Recognizing this pattern provides the opportunity to examine its origins, understand how it shapes current behavior, and loosen its grip. Sometimes, a simple shift in awareness can create enough space for new beliefs to take root, allowing you to choose differently than the old script dictates. Facilitating this process involves asking yourself honest questions. Where does this belief come from? How has it influenced my decisions? Are there moments when I challenge this pattern? By reflecting on specific examples, you begin to see how these beliefs act as filters through which the world is interpreted. Once you understand their origins and mechanics, you can consciously decide whether to hold on to them or to reframe them entirely. Breaking these chains often requires consistent awareness and gentle persistence, but each insight chips away at their power. Over time, you reclaim your capacity to see yourself and your circumstances more clearly, free from the distortion of limiting beliefs. Gaining insight isn't about instant perfection, but about cultivating curiosity and compassion towards yourself. As you observe your internal narratives with honesty, you create opportunities for growth and change. Remember that behind every limiting belief is a desire for safety, acceptance, or love, deep needs that are universal. By understanding your patterns, you move closer to meeting those needs in healthier ways, stepping away from the old assumptions that kept you constrained. This process transforms your internal world from one of automatic, limiting reactions to a space of choice, compassion, and genuine understanding. A practical tip: practice regularly questioning your automatic thoughts and reactions. Whenever you feel triggered or upset, pause and ask yourself, what am I believing right now? Is this thought based on facts or old stories? Writing down these reflections can help you notice recurring patterns. Over time, this habit strengthens your ability to distinguish between conditioned responses and authentic feelings, paving the way for more conscious, freeing choices. Reflection. What have I learned about myself I no longer want to hide? Many of us live with parts of ourselves hidden or denied, often out of fear of judgment or rejection. When we start to look inward and genuinely examine our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, surprising truths can emerge that offer a calm anchor in our hectic lives. Imagine sitting quietly one day and recognizing that the doubts, fears, or insecurities you've carried for years are not as overwhelming as they seemed. Instead, they are simply parts of your deeper story. Coming to understand that these feelings stem from past experiences or unmet needs can be incredibly freeing. It's like shining a light into a dark room. Suddenly, familiar shadows lose their power, and you see them for what they truly are. These revelations may bring flashes of relief, clarity, or comfort, affirming that you're not alone in your struggles and that your feelings are valid. Accepting these truths is not about fixing yourself, but understanding yourself more fully, which naturally reduces internal tension and opens a path toward healing. Sometimes, uncovering hidden aspects of oneself involves revisiting painful memories or confronting uncomfortable emotions. At first, this can feel daunting, even exhausting, but it often results in a sense of liberation. When we acknowledge the parts of ourselves we once thought were shameful or unworthy, we begin to see that these parts are integral to our identity. They are not flaws but facets of a complex, authentic self. This recognition offers clarity, illuminating why we behave a certain way or why some relationships feel difficult. For instance, someone who always put up emotional walls might realize that their defenses kept them safe during childhood, but now prevent meaningful connection in adult life. Recognizing these patterns can be a breakthrough, an opening to compassion for oneself, and a foundation for genuine change. In this process, the truth becomes a gentle guiding light, helping us shed false identities or narratives that no longer serve us. Embracing who we truly are means accepting our whole selves, flaws, strengths, fears, and aspirations, without judgment or shame. When we stop wearing masks or pretending to be someone we're not, life feels more genuine and less exhausting. This acceptance allows us to breathe freely, knowing we are aligning with our inner truth rather than conforming to external expectations. For many, the act of embracing their authenticity brings a profound sense of peace, as it eliminates the constant struggle of maintaining facades. Living in harmony with oneself reduces inner conflict, which often manifests as anxiety or stress. The more we accept ourselves, the more we foster relationships rooted in honesty and openness, creating a sense of community that respects our true nature. For example, expressing vulnerability or owning our quirks can initially be frightening, but ultimately leads to deeper bonds and a sense of belonging. Authenticity is not about perfection, but about honoring our real selves, which quietly nurtures peace from within. By being truthful with ourselves, we also invite others to do the same. When we show vulnerability, it encourages those around us to be authentic, which can lead to more meaningful and supportive connections. Living authentically might require courage, a willingness to face uncomfortable truths or criticize societal norms. Still, it also offers relief from maintaining a false persona and the constant effort to keep up appearances. Practicing authenticity doesn't mean sharing everything with everyone, but involves being honest about who you are at your core. Over time, this honesty fosters trust and reduces feelings of loneliness or disconnection. Embracing your true self is a gift you give not only to yourself, but also to those in your life, creating space for genuine relationships to flourish. When you accept yourself fully, you find peace in the simple truth that you are enough just as you are. A practical tip to deepen this process is to start noticing when you hide parts of yourself or avoid certain feelings. Journaling these moments can help clarify what you're avoiding and why. With time, reflecting on your honest thoughts and feelings allows you to become more comfortable with vulnerability. Remember, embracing your authenticity is a journey, not a one-time event. It's about taking small, consistent steps toward honesty and self-acceptance, gradually building a life where you no longer feel the need to hide. Over time, this approach transforms internal turmoil into a peaceful sense of alignment with your true self. Keep in mind that every step forward, no matter how small, moves you closer to living more authentically and peacefully in your own skin. Conclusion: the point was never to be perfect. To be human is to be in process. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by the idea that you must be perfect, only to realize how impossible that standard truly is? Most of us have experienced moments where mistakes, flaws, or setbacks make us question our worth. The truth is, imperfection is an inherent part of being human. Instead of fighting against our shortcomings or viewing them as failures, embracing imperfection allows us to see ourselves more honestly. When we accept that we are not meant to be flawless, we open the door to genuine growth. It's through acknowledging our vulnerabilities that we discover where change is needed and where acceptance can bring peace. Recognizing our imperfections does not diminish our value, but rather enhances our understanding of what makes us uniquely human. This mindset shifts the focus from seeking unattainable perfection to cultivating self-awareness and compassion. We begin to see that flaws are not obstacles to happiness, but pathways to deeper self-understanding. For instance, a person learning to manage anger might initially consider that as a flaw, but over time, they come to see it as a signal pointing to unresolved pain or stress. By embracing these imperfections instead of pushing them away, we create space for genuine healing. This acceptance fosters resilience, allowing us to bounce back more quickly from setbacks. It reminds us that growth is an ongoing process rather than a destination marked by flawlessness. Embracing imperfection ultimately guides us toward a more authentic sense of wholeness, one that accepts all parts of ourselves, flaws and strengths alike. Imagine a moment when you see someone struggling or stumbling through life's challenges. It's easy to judge ourselves harshly when we falter, but what if we approached ourselves and others with a sense of understanding that this isn't just a mistake, but part of a much larger process? Recognizing that life is an ongoing journey helps us develop patience and kindness toward ourselves. When we accept that change is constant and setbacks are inevitable, it becomes easier to extend that same compassion outward. This attitude transforms how we relate to friends, family, and even strangers, since we start to see imperfection as shared humanity rather than failure. Everyone is in the midst of their own ongoing journey, navigating struggles, lessons, and growth in different ways. This perspective promotes a more forgiving attitude because it shifts the goal from appearing perfect to simply moving forward. For example, a person who criticizes themselves for not yet reaching a personal goal might realize that progress involves many small, imperfect steps rather than a single perfect leap. This realization fosters patience and perseverance, reminding us that we don't need to have everything figured out right now. Additionally, embracing our ongoing journey encourages us to view others' imperfections with empathy rather than impatience or judgment. When we understand that everyone is trying their best in a process of becoming, we naturally develop more compassion and patience, which in turn strengthens our relationships and nurtures a supportive community. Building this acceptance allows us to slow down, breathe, and recognize that growth is not about perfection, but about showing up, trying, and learning along the way. To cultivate this kind of understanding, it helps to practice self-compassion regularly. Simple acts like speaking kindly to yourself during difficult moments or reminding others that their struggles are part of life's normal rhythm can make a significant difference. Journaling about small setbacks and reflecting on lessons learned can also reinforce the idea that progress is a series of imperfect steps, not a flawless climb. By doing so, we create a more forgiving outlook that benefits both our mental health and our relationships. Remember, growth is a lifelong process, and embracing imperfection is the key to finding peace amidst that ongoing change. An effective way to keep this mindset alive involves intentionally observing how often you are critical of yourself or others and gently shifting toward understanding and acceptance instead. You don't graduate from growth, you integrate it. Imagine standing at the edge of a trail, watching your footprints grow behind you. Each step may seem small on its own, but collectively, they shape the journey. Growth isn't about giant leaps, but rather a series of small, deliberate steps that come together over time. Every choice to try again after failing, every moment of patience during uncertainty, adds to this ongoing becoming. This perspective encourages patience and compassion towards yourself because it recognizes that less than perfect moments are just as much part of growth as the successes. Embracing each step as meaningful transforms the process from a quest for perfection into a celebration of progress and resilience. The truth is, no one is done becoming. growth is a perpetual unfolding, a continuous dance of discovery and renewal. For example, consider someone trying to build a new habit, like exercising regularly. In the beginning, they might feel awkward or unmotivated, but each attempt reinforces the idea that progress is built through persistence. Over weeks and months, what once felt like a challenge becomes a natural part of life. The growth here isn't just physical, it's mental and emotional. It's about developing a mindset that views setbacks as opportunities to learn, not as failures. This ongoing process deepens with time, enriching your sense of self and your capacity to adapt. Recognizing that every effort, no matter how small, contributes to this larger story helps you stay steady through the inevitable ups and downs of life. Your becoming is not a final destination, but an evolving picture, constantly shaped by your ongoing choices and experiences. This idea extends beyond individual efforts. It also applies to relationships, careers, and even how we view ourselves. Growth involves shedding old patterns and embracing new perspectives, often gradually. For instance, someone might work for years on building confidence, and in doing so, they find that even just speaking up in a meeting is itself a small act of growth. Each time they do it, they reinforce their progress. The collective accumulation of these moments contributes to a more profound sense of self-awareness and capacity. This fluid and continuous journey makes every step a vital part of your story, a narrative of becoming that remains incomplete until you decide to keep moving forward. Think of your life as an ongoing creative process, where each effort and experience adds richness to the picture being painted day by day. To keep this momentum alive, focus on noticing your progress rather than just aiming for big outcomes. Celebrate small wins, reflect on lessons learned, and acknowledge how each moment contributes to your larger journey. Even setbacks can be framed as vital steps in your becoming because they teach resilience, patience, and adaptability. Remember, growth isn't something you do once. It's how you live every day, allowing each experience to shape and deepen your understanding of yourself. Every day offers a new page in the story of your ongoing development. Embrace this process wholeheartedly and see every moment as an opportunity to add depth and richness to your becoming. One practical way to nurture this mindset is to keep a simple journal where you record lessons, discoveries, or moments of progress each day. Over time, you'll notice patterns of growth and areas where you still want to evolve. This reflection reinforces the idea that growth isn't about perfect results, but about continuous effort and self-awareness. Remember, every step counts, no matter how small, and each contributes to the full picture of who you are becoming. Life's beauty lies precisely in this ongoing dance of change, where every moment shapes the person you're becoming today and tomorrow. Your patterns can change. Your mind can shift. Your heart can soften. Many people believe that their habits, thoughts, or emotional patterns are fixed, but the truth is our minds and hearts are far more flexible than we often realize. Think of a moment when you found yourself stuck in a loop, perhaps a recurring worry or a negative self-talk that seemed impossible to shake. At first, it might feel overwhelming, like this pattern defines you and holds you in place. But with even just a small shift, you can begin to reshape these inner patterns. Our brains are wired to adapt, to create new pathways through what is called neuroplasticity. This means that change does not have to be slow or impossible. It's always happening beneath the surface, waiting for us to tap into it. Just as muscles grow stronger with use, our mental and emotional resilience grows when we challenge old patterns and introduce new ways of thinking and feeling. This resilience is part of what makes genuine change accessible, no matter how much we've struggled before. The key lies in understanding that change is not a distant goal, but an ongoing process within our grasp at any moment. We often underestimate our ability to adapt because we focus on familiar habits or fears, but remembering the brain's capacity for rewiring can empower you to take small, consistent steps toward a different inner experience. Each time you consciously choose a different thought or emotion, you reinforce new pathways and gradually create a more flexible, resilient internal landscape. Recognizing this resilience gives you permission to be patient with yourself, knowing that even setbacks are part of the growth process. In fact, every attempt to change, no matter how small, contributes to long-term transformation. This understanding lifts the heavy weight of perfectionism and opens the door to continual renewal. You can shift your mind and heart, regardless of where you start. Once you embrace that change is always within reach, you become more willing to experiment, to forgive moments of regression, and to celebrate the small victories that build momentum over time. Your inner world isn't static. It's a living, breathing system capable of growth and renewal whenever you choose to nurture it. Many of us carry around harsh inner voices, judging ourselves for mistakes or perceived flaws. We might be quick to criticize our feelings or dismiss our needs because we believe that softness or vulnerability is a weakness. Yet, softening with compassion is one of the most powerful ways to reconnect with our true selves and live more genuinely. Compassion doesn't mean excusing harmful behaviors. It's about treating ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer a close friend. When we learn to soften toward our experiences, we give ourselves permission to feel more deeply, to acknowledge our struggles without judgment. This act of kindness creates space for growth because it removes the barriers of shame and self-criticism that often keep us stuck. For example, imagine a person who has always been hard on themselves after making a mistake, believing they should have handled things differently. When they approach themselves with compassion, recognizing that everyone makes errors and that mistakes are part of being human, they relax their grip on harsh self-judgment. This opens the door to more authentic living because it allows genuine emotions to surface without fear of rejection or punishment. Living authentically also means honoring your needs, preferences, and feelings without hiding or pretending. When compassion softens the edges of your inner critic, it becomes easier to listen to your heart's true desires. It fosters honesty about your vulnerabilities and invites you to be more present in your life. Softening with compassion isn't just a personal attitude. It's a fundamental shift that promotes mental and emotional well-being, helping you connect more deeply with others and yourself. The more you practice kindness toward your inner experiences, the more natural it becomes to navigate life with courage, authenticity, and a gentle confidence. Over time, this softness allows you to deepen your relationships and live in alignment with your true self, free from the burden of unnecessary self-recrimination. Final words: you're not behind. You're becoming. Think about a time when you faced a setback, perhaps a mistake at work, an argument with a loved one, or a goal that seemed just out of reach. It's easy to get stuck in the belief that certain moments define your entire story, but in reality, each new day offers a fresh chance to start again. No matter how dark or overwhelming a situation feels, a small shift in perspective can open the door to growth. Remember, renewal doesn't mean perfect progress or a flawless path. It simply means acknowledging that every moment holds the seed for change. When you accept this, even the worst days or hardest phases become part of your ongoing evolution, not a final destination. Many people carry the misconception that growth happens only during big, noticeable milestones. Yet often, it's in the smallest, most mundane moments that transformation resides. Maybe it's choosing to forgive yourself after a mistake, taking a deep breath before reacting, or simply pausing to reflect. These tiny acts create ripples that slowly shape who you become. Your journey isn't about constant forward motion, but about embracing each pause and stumble as part of a larger process. Recognizing that every moment is an opportunity for renewal helps you stay connected to your potential, even when results aren't immediate or visible. It transforms your mindset from one of waiting for perfect conditions to one that sees every breath as a chance to grow. Consider the example of someone recovering from a difficult breakup. They might feel stuck in pain or disappointment, convinced they are irreparably damaged. Yet, each day offers moments to reclaim energy, clarity, and hope, whether through journaling, seeking support, or dedicating time to self-care. Over time, these daily choices accumulate, shifting the narrative from pain to resilience. The same principle applies to all aspects of life: learning a new skill, healing emotional wounds, or simply easing into a better version of yourself. Recognizing that each moment is a new beginning empowers you to take control, even when progress seems slow. It turns your journey into an ongoing series of small, meaningful acts that collectively lead to lasting change. Many of us tend to judge our progress based on external milestones or how quickly others seem to advance. But in reality, life unfolds at its own pace, and growth isn't a race. Trusting your current position requires relaxing your grip on expectations and honoring your unique path. Think about someone who has gone through a long recovery after an illness. They might feel impatient or frustrated by slow progress. Yet each step forward, no matter how small, is crucial in their healing journey. When you trust that you are right where you should be, it becomes easier to accept your current circumstances without resistance. This trust acts as a foundation that allows patience, compassion, and persistence to flourish, guiding you toward broader growth that often happens beneath the surface. Healing and personal development are often nonlinear, filled with unexpected setbacks and breakthroughs. There will be times when you feel stuck or unsure if you're making any progress at all. But these moments are not signs of failure. Instead, they are opportunities for deeper insight and resilience. For example, someone working through past trauma may experience weeks of feeling unmotivated or vulnerable. Yet, during this time, they are processing emotions that will eventually lead to greater understanding and peace. Trusting that you are exactly where you need to be allows you to surrender to this natural ebb and flow. It helps you to stop rushing and start appreciating the quiet strength of patience and faith in your evolution. This trust also encourages realistic expectations, understanding that growth is often a gradual process rather than a quick fix. It reminds you to celebrate small victories and acknowledge progress, no matter how incremental. When you let go of the need for immediate results, you free yourself from unnecessary frustration and self-criticism. Instead, you cultivate a mindset rooted in compassion and gratitude for where you are now, knowing it's part of a larger story of becoming. The key is to stay present, to embrace every experience as an integral piece of your journey, trusting that over time, these moments will culminate into the growth you seek. Remember, your current state is not a stopping point, but a vital chapter in your ongoing transformation. So here we are, at the end, which isn't really an end, because being human isn't something you complete. You don't graduate from healing or finish learning yourself like it's a checklist. You live it. You repeat things. You grow a little, then backslide, then grow again, but differently this time. A little softer, a little wiser, a little more self-aware. If you've seen parts of yourself in these pages, your patterns, your hurts, your quiet longings, then good. That means you're paying attention. That means you care. And caring about your inner world is never a weakness. It's where real strength begins. Maybe now, instead of asking what's wrong with me, you're asking what happened to me and what am I ready to unlearn. That shift alone is a victory. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be fearless. You just have to be real. And real means messy, layered, and in progress. So when your old patterns show up again, and they will, meet them with awareness, not shame. When you feel triggered, pause and ask, what part of me is trying to protect me right now? When you feel like you're too much or not enough, remember, that voice is old, but it doesn't get the final word. You do. You're not behind in life. You're becoming. And that's more than enough.